Hi guys, how you doing? This is LaQueen from Battle First Aid Responder Services. How are you guys doing? It is 9:30. I am here on another marathon like Dr. Joyce Watkins, Rodney Howard Brown, and my man. Let me see here. Give me a minute. Roland Martin. So shout out to Roland Martin. So I'm going to go ahead and say a quick shout out to you. Okay, Roland Martin, Dr. Joyce Watkins. Hawkins, and then Rodney Howard Brown, who we are on a marathon right now, a marathon of ministry. Well, go ahead. Thank you, guys. This is LaQueen Battle from Battle First Aid Responder Services. I'm very much happy to be here. I don't have a lot of members, but let me go ahead and get into my YouTube right now, get into my Facebook so I can join my friends and family on Facebook. Hi, guys. How you doing? Oh, Dr. John Hanna's live. Because I got about 7 more days till the Democratic National Convention. Very, very, very happy about that. Very, 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 very happy about that. Very, very happy about that. Okay. So again, I'm going through a lot right now. Bear with me. Hi guys, how you doing? I'm here on my Facebook. Hi guys, this is LaQueen Battle from Battle First Aid Responder Services. I'm live here on YouTube and I'm live here on Facebook. So I'm gonna go ahead and give a shout out to you guys. Shout out from Boston, Massachusetts. Shout out to Pastor John Hanna. His church is here. It's okay. In Boston, Massachusetts, as well as shout out to a couple people. Roland Martin, great media person. Dr. Joyce Watkins, as well as Pastor Rodney Howard Brown, who they all are on marathon of ministries. They're on a marathon, literally a marathon. They're on a YouTube marathon. Seriously, I have no idea what's going on. They love YouTube. I mean, it's funny, but it's really not funny because Rodney Howard Brown has been on YouTube for the past 78 days having a conference called the Fire Conference. And he's been doing his ministry online continuously for 78 days. Literally for 78 days straight. So shout out to Pastor Rodney Howard Brown, as well as to Dr. Joyce Watkins, wonderful Black historian. So shout out to Dr. Joyce Watkins as well. And Roland Martin, can't forget my Roland Martin. Shout out to Roland Martin too as well. Joyce Watkins. Let me see if I hope I got his name right. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Joyce Watkins. Hey, shout out to you, Joyce Watkins. Shout out. Shout out to you guys. Yeah. Is it Dr. Joyce Watkins? Yeah, Your Black World. As well as to Juanita Bynum. What is Juanita Bynum, Dr. Juanita Bynum doing right now? What is she doing right now? What is she doing right now? She's in Garden City, New York. Oh, yeah, she's on revival too. Everybody's on a revival. Everybody is on. Ooh, she look good. Juanita Bynum. Ooh. Ooh, have you seen Juanita Bynum? She's on a. Oh, Juanita Bynum looks good. August 6th through 8th. I just missed it was yesterday. Oh, she looked good. Remix Church is taping their service. The Matrix of Sonship. She looks good. She looks good. I can think she gets it. Join Marita Bynum International for a 2-day revival. Oh, you go, girl. You go, girl. So shout out to Juanita Bynum. Shout out to Juanita Bynum. You go, girl. Oh, she look good. She looks great. Juanita Bynum is amazing. Oh my God. Where have I been? Called the Remix Church. They got everything set up. Oh, for real. Prophet Jeremiah Daniel Davis. Amazing. Awesome. Pastor Tanya Hall. Apostle Samantha Bynum, her sister, I think. Dr. Sawaya Bird McKinney. Oh, Dr. McKinney. Are they all coming together? Apostle Timothy Cox. Apostle Samantha Bynum and Rich Tolbert Jr. She looks good. She looks great. Great. You go, girl. Okay. Okay. Good. Well, I mean, it's virtual, but you still can't use everything is virtual now. But you know what? Just because everything is virtual, that does not mean that it is a substitute for in-personal ministry. We're not going to substitute this virtual conferences for in-person ministry, for in-person anointing. We're still not going to do that. Oh my God, I wish she was at TBN. She's still the same. Cedric the Entertainer launch with Sir Warrior Bird Global. She looks good. That's great. That's great, guys. Okay, so pretty much I'm happy to be involved in the ministry and some people that are getting more involved in everything virtual. But again, what I'm going to try to get out there to you, just because everything is virtual, it is not a substitute for in-personal ministry. Okay, just because, let me close my door a little bit. Just because everything is personal does not mean that just because everything is virtual, okay, it does not mean that it is a substitute for in-person ministry. Okay, these are so cute. These are so cute. But let me actually get to some better glasses. I'm really tired, but you guys know I'm really tired. Okay. Okay, these are like really. This is the best I could find at TJ Maxx. Okay. All right. So just because everything is virtual, it does not mean that it is a substitute for in-person ministry. Okay. It does not mean that. Okay. It's a little bit better. Okay. It does not mean that. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, good. So pretty much what I really want to get down to is what is the CDC, the World Health Organization, as well as the Department of Health, the NIH, the National Institutes of Health. What are they pretty much telling people to prescribe for COVID-19. As you know, we're going through this. Okay, we're going through the recovery period. Okay, everybody gets all these little conferences every day from the government officials, from the governor, from the mayor. You see the little telepress conferences as well as from your ministers, from your pastors. Great. COVID's normal. We're going into the recovery phase. Okay, from the northern hemisphere as well as to the south, from New York, Boston, Philly, Jersey, DC, and now we're going more west towards LA, Houston, Arizona, Phoenix, Miami, Georgia, Louisiana. We're going more down to the general population. Okay, so guys, I love to expound on everything I say. So pretty much now the whole entire country of the United States of America pretty much is already getting a roundabout view of COVID-19. Okay, so pretty much everybody right now is getting a roundabout view. Okay, so people in Louisiana, Georgia, all over, pretty, like I said before, they understand a little bit, but not enough. Now that we figure out now we know the name of it. Okay, now we need to go further into that and do something about it. Figure out, what do I need to take? Do I still need to be homebound? Okay, do I still need to take rest? Do I still need to be secluded? Do I still need to be quarantined? Okay, do I still, hi Steve, hi Lucy, thank you for joining me guys today. Lucy, you're still in Chicago, right? Hey Steve, are you in Texas, Steve? Okay, so where are you guys from? Okay, anyway, so pretty much now that it's over a whole, you've now everybody pretty much all over the states is pretty much getting what is going on. Okay, we know what it is. It's COVID. We know it's a viral infection. Great. So what do we do? Okay. Okay. Are the schools going to be reopened or not? Trump is saying we need to reopen the schools, as well as other mayors from other cities are agreeing with their constituents that are saying, yes, that is no excuse not to reopen the schools. Virtual education is not an excuse just because we will not have virtual internet education. We will not let COVID-19 stop our children from going to school. Okay. So, hey, Harold, good to see you again. Okay. So, pretty much, especially Trump, what he's hearing from his staff in DC is saying, we will have school this semester, this fall. School, there's no excuse not to start school classes. Okay. But parents are still given the option. Do I want to keep my kids at home, still on quarantine, and making sure that they are not exposed to any other external symptoms, respiratory symptoms, or do I want to take the chance that they might get sick and bring them onto class? Okay, so that is the issue that a lot of people are talking about, and I do have some more stuff to talk about big churches and budgets. Okay, that's what Trump is talking about. He's definitely demanding, or at least that's what it assumes to be, that he wants more schools. He wants schools to continue. Okay, that is what Trump is demanding, but we'll see about it. We will see about it, about what he says versus what he does. Okay, because I mean, you have a government official could say one thing, or they could change it completely around and turn it around. Okay, into something completely different. They do it all the time, and then the next thing you know, they pass a bill, and you figure out the bill is like not even having to deal with the public at all. It just has to deal with some agenda that they're trying to push money into the banks. We don't want that right now. We need our resources right now, and on top of everything else, the United States has a presidential election coming on in the next 2 to 3 months. We have to either vote to keep this man in office, or we have to release him from his duties. Okay, so there are a lot more things to talk about. Now, drugs are given to help the natural. Uh, the purpose of a prescribed medicine is to help remedy the symptoms of an illness. Okay, to help remedy the symptoms of an illness. I love my books. I love my books. Now, when you have a regular illness like a cough or a common cold, the usual prescribed medicine for a cough or a common cold is pretty much basic. Um, cough syrup. Okay, but you can't take cough syrup for COVID-19. You can't do that. Get my books. You cannot use cough syrup for COVID-19. It won't work. Okay? It will not work. It will not work. Cough syrup will not work for COVID-19 because the symptoms are continually coming back over and over again. So this normal day, nighttime, a NyQuil, Dayquil will not work on a viral infection. Okay? Regular NyQuil, Dayquil will not work. Now, it may help relieve symptoms for about maybe 30 minutes to 2 hours. It may help you get to sleep faster, but yes, you will wake up out of your sleep real quick because the symptoms right here are respiratory. That means you may doze off for about 30 minutes to an hour, but again, when you stop breathing, you are going to wake up. And you don't want to stop breathing in your sleep. Your body will cannot adjust to the normal rhythm pattern, the normal sinus rhythm pattern that it produces when it sleeps. So this is just a temporary solution. This is a topical solution. That means it's a very simple solution. It doesn't get to the root of the problem. It even says here, right here, in the warning labels of any kind of cough medicine, it says its uses is for a sore throat, which COVID is, a headache, minor aches and pains, a fever, runny nose, and sneezing, or a cough due to minor throat and bronchial irritation, which is fine. But it says right here. Now, here it is with the sore throat warning label. And every single cough medicine, whether it's the liquid form or the pill form, it says right here, if the sore throat is severe, okay, which is most of the time in COVID-19, if the sore throat is severe, persists for more than 2 days, is accompanied by or followed by a fever, headache, rash, nausea, or vomiting, consult a doctor immediately. Okay. And then it says right here in the last warning label, right here, it says, ask a doctor before use if you have liver disease, glaucoma. And here we go, right here. It says a breathing problem, which is the main issue behind COVID-19, as well as chronic cough, which is another which is COVID-19, as well as that last or as occurs with smoking, asthma, chronic bronchitis, or emphysema, which is another prior existing condition that people have when they do receive COVID. It makes it entirely horrible for them to breathe. And difficulty in urination due to enlargement of the prostate gland. It says stop use of cough syrup medicine when the pain or the cough gets worse or lasts more than 7 days. The fever gets worse or lasts more than 3 days. Redness or swelling is present. New symptoms occur, or the cough comes back or occurs with a rash or a headache that last. These could be signs of a serious condition. And this I bought this cough syrup medicine from CVS a day 24 hours ago. I bought this cough syrup medicine from CVS 24 hours ago. Now, if you go to the counter of your local store, to even the 7-Eleven, to CVS, to Walgreens, to Walmart, Target, whatever grocery store you go to, and you look at get the cough syrup off the store shelf, make sure you check the expiration date. Okay, the expiration date on the cough syrup medicine. Here on my YouTube, check the expiration date. See, be sure to check the expiration date of your labels. See, that says October 2020, 2022. Okay, as well as when it was produced. Make sure that it was produced this year. Because you don't want no old cough syrup to use for a new sickness, a global, right now, brand new viral condition. Because this old cough syrup medicine won't apply. It's a new strain. You see what I'm saying? This CVS, this cough syrup medicine was produced, the formula was produced in 2019. Okay, right here. CVS produced 2019. Make sure that the label of the cough syrup medicine right here is brand new. Okay, 2019. Now, please understand, guys, you can take cough syrup medicine, but as a topical medication. But again, it's just a topical, a very simple medication. It's simple, but it will not help relieve the underlying symptoms and conditions that come along with COVID, because usually COVID starts as something very simple and then it progresses into more extreme symptoms, which the extreme can be, oh, you get a simple cough, but the cough persists for 24 hours, and then you have it for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, which is regular. I know I'm explaining like, oh, I know a lot about COVID. No, I don't know a lot about COVID-19. I don't. What I do know is that I have experience in the medical field to tell me if this is a brand new disease, then it's also going to be applied to other illnesses that have existed in the past. Okay? So just because this is a brand new global epidemic and all the stores, all the churches, all the schools are closed down, it does not mean that we do not know, or we don't have the same remedies that apply to other previous illnesses before, especially viral infections. Okay, so we've had respiratory infections before. We had the SARS disease, we had the chicken flu, the bird flu, pneumonia, asthma. People that already have these major illnesses, like especially like asthma, you cannot take cough syrup for asthma. Cough syrup will not work for asthma. That is exactly what COVID is, and that is pretty much trying to explain the symptoms of COVID-19. It is like an asthma attack that will not stop. That's pretty much what COVID-19 is. You get almost the same exact symptoms of asthma. I've never had trouble breathing before. Yeah, well, it's just like an asthma attack. But it lasts and it lasts and it lasts, persists on and on for days. Until eventually you have to get it treated in the emergency room or the OR room and put on a respirator and an oxygen treatment. Okay? So again, if cough syrup won't work for an asthma attack, it will not work for COVID-19 either. You guys get what I'm saying? Can cough syrup work for pneumonia? It may work for pneumonia for the first 2 hours of a high fever with pneumonia, but if you're giving somebody cough syrup every 30 minutes and they have a fever of 105, you have to take that person to the hospital immediately. Cough syrup is not a solution for pneumonia either. Pneumonia, neither asthma. And that's what COVID-19 shows in people that have it. Those are the one of the main symptoms. You're having respiratory distress as well as a high fever resembling pneumonia. And your body is out of the equilibrium. So if cough syrup won't work for an asthma attack or it won't work for pneumonia, do you think it's going to work for COVID-19 either? No, it won't. This will not work. This will not work. It won't work. It will not work. Okay. So let me get in my medical dictionary from time. How you guys doing? Hi, Jason. Hi, Harold. Hi, Lucy. Hi, Steve Hempstead. How you doing? Okay, it won't work. So they're talking about a couple of other medications out there to help relieve COVID-19. They're talking about. I knew when I heard from a gentleman from California today. He was talking about there's a new medication out there. It's not hydrochloroquine. No, it is not. It's called remdesivir. Is that what he said? Remdesivir. Remdesivir. Okay, that's what he's also talking about. That's another one too that help it be treated for people with severe COVID-19 illness. Okay, it's called remdesivir. I'm going into here. Okay. Just going through this book right here, medical book, to try to get some information about, to try to really explain this to you guys. Rheumatic. Let's go flu, because it is mainly the flu. Okay. Is it influenza? Is influenza? Is it influenza? Is it influenza? I'm trying to. This book is like really old, but doesn't even have influenza in here. Let me see what it has in here. This doesn't have anything. It's pretty much general. Everybody knows these already. Let's see. Okay, that's one. Symptoms. Cough is a symptom. Fatigue is another symptom. Fever. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out a way to see how can it be. What is it used for? The medications. Okay, because let's talk about it. When a cough is a sudden explosive sound produced when air is forcefully pushed out of the lungs past the partially closed vocal cords. It's a reflex. Because I mean, this is journalists giving us the symptoms, but how do you remedy the situation? That's what I really want to know. Here we go. The drugs. Thank you guys for your time. This is Queen. Good to see you guys. Hey, Sam Wilson, how you doing? I'm going over medication for COVID, which is great. I'm actually learning a lot as well. I'm trying to learn. I mean, and antihistamine is used to pretty much treat the basic symptoms like Benadryl, motion sickness, sleep problems, stiffness, like an underlining, or somebody has like you give somebody Benadryl if they have an allergic reaction, something like that. But you wouldn't give somebody Benadryl for COVID-19. Please do not give people Benadryl either. Please, 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 please. Do not give people Benadryl for COVID-19. Don't do that. Again, again, do not give people Benadryl for COVID-19 either. Do not, Benadryl will not work. Benadryl will not work. It will not work. It won't work. It won't work. It's pretty much used like somebody has allergic reaction or it's for sneezing, itchy, watery eyes, or sore nose or throat. But Benadryl, again, Benadryl is a topical treatment. It will not work for something as much. This is still wrapped up in its original packaging. Benadryl will not work for something like COVID-19. It will not work. It won't function because COVID-19 is a combination of other illnesses. It's like a superbug. And this is only a topical, very simple medication. It will work for something more serious as COVID-19. It's more like a simple not tranquilizer, but it's this won't work. Benadryl, no, no. Benadryl will not work for COVID-19. It will not work. Okay, so here we're going to go because I'm going to get you to what the CDC's medication has, as well as what you see pretty much at home with the home-based medication that you guys have, okay? Try to get you guys to understand. And yes, I do talk a lot, so bear with me. Cough syrup, okay? Now, if you have a cough, if you have a basic cough that is like, oh, I just have a tickle in my throat, just a tickle in my throat, that's fine. A small tickle in your throat. Now, my name is LaQueen. I'm a basic medical assistant. I've worked in the emergency room. I've worked in internal medicine, in emergency clinic. I've also worked in the front side of the medical office as well as the back side of the medical office. So I do understand the diagnosis all the way down to the treatment, all the way down to the patient room and getting them out the door and billing their insurance. I completely understand that from the front office to the back office. But when I have, if I'm concerned that I have COVID-19, this viral respiratory illness, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read up on the symptoms and I'm going to make sure check for myself as well as check for call my doctor or call somebody I know that's in the medical field to get their opinion about what I should do. About what I should do, okay? Okay, now I got my thermometer here. I need at least 5 more. So I have COVID-19. The first thing I'm doing, I'm going to get a thermometer and I'm going to check my temperature. If I think that I have COVID-19, it's crazy. People always want to touch your stuff. It's crazy. If I have COVID-19, the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to check my temperature. My batteries are low on this one. I'm going to check my temperature. Okay, I'm going to check my temperature. Here's my temperature. I'm going to go get, this is both a temporal thermometer, which is temporal thermometer, goes on my head as well as it goes into my buccal cavity, my ear cavity. Okay, so you can get these at CVS, Walgreens, Walmart. Okay, so I'm going to check my temperature. I can either get the regular thermometer that goes in my mouth, okay, or I can get the one that goes in my head. This is both. This one does not go in your mouth. It goes either you wipe it over your head or it goes in your ear. Okay, first thing I'm going to do, if I think I have COVID-19, have I had a cough? I'm going to check on my cough, as well as I'm going to check my temperature. Either the best way to check your temperature, you go over your head, but this is the best temperature. You either want to check it right here in your ear cavity, or you want to check it orally through the oral thermometer, not this thermometer. There's not an oral thermometer. You need to check it for the small thermometer. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to check my ear cavity temperature, which is one of the best places to get your internal body temperature, as well as my oral temperature. Now, if it is my temperature is like 99.4, and then the very next morning it goes back normal to like a 98.6, that's fine. But you still want to go to a clinic and let them know that I had a slight fever last night. Can you guys check on me? Now, a slight fever that persists with a cough, as well as chills, as as well as you're having problems breathing, you're having problems with your respiratory with breathing, then it's also a symptom that can lead to that can be confirmed as positive for COVID-19 as respiratory distress. Which, if you have a high fever and you have problems, thank you, cousin. If you have a high fever and you have problems breathing, right there, it can also be a sign of pneumonia. So right now, the flu season is about to start in October through March. Okay, and you really want to be careful. Okay, on if this is a normal flu that I get every year. Is this the normal flu that I get every year? Or is this something more serious? Okay. And that's what doctors are having problems determining. They're determining there's so many mixed signals, so many mixed symptoms that doctors do not know what to do and how to classify this illness and how to properly code it and diagnose it in order for doctors to get paid. Doctors have to get paid. And in order for doctors to get paid, they had to figure out what what is this? What is it? What is it? We don't know what it is. It could be this simple seasonal flu, or it could be something a little bit more serious. Okay? So again, doctors have to figure out a way how to combine all the symptoms together to determine, okay, it's a corona, it's a combination of all these viral infections together, and then we can properly diagnose. Like we'll tell you guys that diagnosis code last night, U07.1. That is an ICD-9 code prescribed by the Department of Health and the World Health Organization as billing for COVID-19. U07.1. Okay, that's the only code that the World Health Organization has deemed to be the proper diagnosis code in order for doctors to get billed for patients to get billed for COVID, for all their testing, all their free testing. Believe you me, nothing's free. Nothing is ever free. Nothing is free. Now, it may be free to you, but you still have to provide an ID card. And the patient and the insurance company still has to be paid. You get what I'm saying? So what it is that the doctors have a billing code that they bill to insurance companies, and then the insurance companies come back and reimburse the doctors for their services. So even though it may be free to you, there has to be a way for the people that are servicing you. You receiving the service, but the people that are servicing you have to also get paid in return. Okay? So it has to be on an equal level. You get the free testing, the doctors get paid for testing you for free. Nothing's ever free. It doesn't work that way. And if it's free, usually there's already a predetermined budget and a predetermined population of people that need to receive this service. So usually there's a budget, has all the calculations, all the amount of people, all the amount of materials, all the amount of supplies, and therefore when the money that they provide, the services come in, and the doctors are reimbursed at the same level, at the same price, then the product becomes free to consumers. But it has to be on a both equal level. So the doctors have to have the proper amount of people, that the total population that needs the services, and the insurance companies have to receive the amount of people that need the services in order to get out there and bill and pay the doctors for the quota that they have given them. You see what I'm saying? And so what happens, the doctors bill the insurance companies then bill the government. They get reimbursed by the government. But people are still being paid. Okay? People are still being paid. Okay? Now, I'll get my board. You guys know I have my board. I have my board. I do have my board. I do have my board. Let me see if I have a marker. I really want you guys to understand where I'm coming with this, okay? Let me get my board. I'll be right. Hey, Facebook. Hi, Roberta. Yes. Hey, cousin. How you doing? I'm here in Boston. I'm a hot mess. There are a whole bunch of hot guys here. Hi, you too. This is McQueen. Let me give you my board and help you guys really to understand this. Let me get my board. Let me get my board. Sorry. Bear with me, guys. I really want you guys to understand this, okay? Okay, got my board. Okay, guys. Hey, YouTube. Hey, Facebook. Okay, understand. Okay, I really want you to understand how this works because if you are wanting a particular medication for COVID-19, it is so hot in here. I'm in my office in downtown Boston. I really want you guys to understand this, okay? Because if you want a medication for COVID-19, you also have to make sure that that medication is approved by your insurance. YouTube, you have to make sure, pull up here, you have to make sure that that medication is approved by your insurance, which is also going to be another issue that the United States government faces. A lot of these medications, either they're new and they have to make sure they're authorized and approved by the government as well as the Department of Health and Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, as well as are these medications going to be approved by people's general insurance companies? Is United Healthcare? Is Aetna? Are these other companies going to reimburse doctors for their services? And as well as for the medications that people are going to have to pay out of pocket for. People are going to literally have to pay out of pocket to get a medication. Now, the government may have the testing for free, but you believe me, they will not have the medication for free. Let me repeat that to you guys one more time. The United States government may have COVID-19 testing for free, but best believe you me, they will not have that COVID-19 medication that is so direly needed, that is the remedy for the situation. They will not have it for free, as well as the vaccine. You best believe that vaccine will not be for free either. Okay, so work with me. Let me show you again how to explain how this cycle works. Okay, so first you have the patient. The patient comes to the doctor and they want to receive the testing, the free testing. Okay, what they have to do, they have to present their ID card to the doctor, and the doctor has to look them up through the doctor's insurance network, and the doctor tells the patient, okay, the testing's free for you, which the patient presumes it is free. But understand, especially in the medicine, nothing is ever for free. It is reimbursed back to the provider, and then the patient also receives a statement in about 30 to 60 to 90 days saying that they have that they have received services that have been reimbursed back to that the insurance company has been reimbursed back by them by the government, and therefore, since the insurance company was reimbursed back by the government, which the insurance company paid the doctor, and the doctor paid was gave the service to you for free, that means that you received the medication for free. Okay, now you as a patient receive it for free. Okay, so here, like I just explained it to you, now I want to write it down and explain it to you guys on paper. So you are the patient, you will receive the free testing. The doctor has to ask for the doctor can't just like not just give you a shot and that's it. No, that's not how it works. You have to fill out a form, and you have to get he needs your identification to look you up in the national insurance network system, provider network system, in order to get your insurance company, your insurance, whether you're Medicaid, Medicare, or whether you have public or private insurance. So you receive the testing, then the doctor provides the service. You're the patient, you receive the service. The doctor provides the service, and then the insurance company, is reimbursed. This is really, really sad. I used to be good on these. Then the insurance company is paid back by the United States government for the services that it paid for by the doctor. Okay, so I'm really trying to explain. I got some space I do back here. Okay, let me see, you guys. Hey, Facebook. Hey, Roberta. Hey, Sam. Okay, you're the patient. You go to the doctor. The doctor receives the service for free. And then a doctor is billed by the insurance company. And then the insurance company reimburses back the doctor for their services. You think, oh, a swab is cheap. No, especially one of those specialized nasal swabs. Those nasal swabs are not cheap, okay? Let me tell you this. Okay? Nothing is ever cheap, especially in the medical field. Don't get it twisted. Just because it may look cheap, it is not cheap. Please don't get it twisted. Now, this is a regular Q-tip. Even in the look at YouTube and Facebook. In the grocery store, a pack of 100. How much does a pack of 100 Q-tips cost? $3, $4, maybe even $5 at most, just for a 200 pack of Q-tips. Okay, just for a small box of Q-tips at the store, for a 300 pack of Q-tips, it costs about almost $5 for a pack of Q-tips, which the Q-tips are needed for the nasal swab. That the Q-tips are just, this is a smaller swab, but the Q-tips are used as a bigger swab to test people. Okay? Okay, so just a simple Q-tip is used for services. This is a swab. You need a longer, bigger swab. Okay? Now, This Q-tip is not for free. Even regular Q-tips cost money. Now, if Q-tips cost money, then you understand those big, long 8-inch swabs better cost money too as well. Those swabs aren't cheap either. And then they have to be sterilized and sanitized. And their packaging is not cheap either. Okay, so it costs money as well for a small everyday Q-tip, as well as for the nasal swab that the doctors use to test people for COVID. Okay, now the Mayo Clinic, the CDC, the NIH are talking about these different types of medication. Now, hydrochloroquine is a medication that President Trump was talking to people about. Okay, President Trump. Now, the cost of hydrochloroquine that this is used for Ebola, okay, it may be cheap, but but it is just it's Plaquenil, okay, and Walgreens 60 tablets of hydrochloroquine. They made it cheaper. It used to be $150, $200 for a pack of 30, 60 pills. Now they brought the price down to $70. Okay. Oh, no. So on GoodX.com, the original price of hydrochloroquine at CVS is $100. At Walgreens, it's almost $150, $200 for a 30, 60-day supply of hydrochloroquine. But now they brought the price down to almost $20. So right here on WebMD, for the price of hydrochloroquine, I'm going to write it down for you guys, okay? For the price of hydrochloroquine, hydroxy, for the price of hydroxychloroquine, okay? Can you guys see that? I know you can see it on Facebook. Can you see it on YouTube? Okay, on goodrx.com. On WebMD.com, the price for a 30-day supply of 200 milligrams of hydrochloroquine is $149, about $150. About $150 for hydrochloroquine. Like hydrochloroquine, can you be as clean as liquid? Okay. Now, for this other drug that these doctors are recommending right here, it is remdesivir. Okay. Now, remdesivir is another more easier medication with better side effects. Remdesivir, this is hydrochloroquine. This is what President Trump is recommending because it's cheap, which is usually how it is. He always likes things cheap. That's Trump. Even in his hotels. Remdesivir. You guys can see on Facebook and you guys can see on YouTube. Now, remdesivir right here is talking about 3 days ago on Business Insider. Remdesivir cost $2,340. That's remdesivir, $2,000 for a 30-day supply. You think people are going to pay $2,000 out of pocket for remdesivir? And that's how they did the EpiPen. The EpiPen was a major emergency medication used to relieve an allergic reaction. People need the EpiPen. And because that's another issue with the Trump administration, he raised the cost of the EpiPen. The EpiPen used to be a very, very inexpensive medication, but it is a necessary emergency medication that is needed for, but not just for hospitals, not just for police and EMS people, but for everyday schools, churches, pharmacies, parks, park officials, swimming pool officials. Everybody needs an EpiPen. Even parents need an EpiPen. Parents are not going to pay $5,000 just for a 30-day supply of an EpiPen, but if it's necessary to help relieve a child that is always having an allergic reaction to nuts, to soy that they get in the food products, or if they go out to eat at McDonald's and one of the products has milk in it, that child is going to have an allergic reaction and needs the EpiPen immediately. But the current administration in office has raised the prices of an emergency medicine so high, okay, that is blocking people from getting access to emergency medicine, emergency services. The Trump administration, he's cutting off a lot of necessary emergency services for the American public. He just wants people to sit down and to wait. And the American public, especially Americans, do not like to wait. Americans are always in a rush. We're always in a hurry, and we want things right here and right now, especially Americans. If Americans want something right now, they want something right now. Yes, yes, Americans. And that's what people all around the world do not like about us. People in other countries will wait for days. They will walk days just to get medical service at hospitals. They will wait emergencies. And in Canada, people will wait for days and days just to receive medical treatment in Canada. But here, Americans, we want it right here and we want it right now, especially when it comes to medicine. I know I am overgeneralizing it. I know, yes, I do know that I am overgeneralizing it, but it needs to be said. It needs to be said. It needs to be said. It needs to be said and it needs to be done. Americans are not going to wait for a medication that is $3,000 when the side effects are less and it will not expose them to a serious Ebola treatment like hydrochloroquine. Hydrochloroquine is used for Ebola. It's used for an illness that is treated in third world countries. You do not want a medication used for third world countries as for everyday normal Americans. Yes, it's cheap, but it's used for more serious illnesses. It's cheap because it's cheap for a reason. It's used for people to go overseas, especially people that journey overseas. They literally need to take about 20 vaccines just to get treated overseas. Okay? They need to take a box load of medications to prep them for travel overseas to Africa, to Asia. They have to take all these antiviral medications to prevent them from getting contacting transcommitting, contacting with a serious international disease, a serious disease, okay, infectious disease overseas. Okay, you guys get what I'm saying? Hey Facebook, hey YouTube. So hydrochloroquine is cheap because it's used as a combination of other medications used as a combo of antiviral medications. Hydrochloroquine is never used by itself. That's why it's cheap. It's not used by itself. It's used with at least two or three other medications together to treat a major illness. And usually this is treated because it is a base. It's a base medication used to be treated on top of other more serious medication. So you have the base medication used to treat the basic symptoms, and then you have the more serious, more thorough, thicker ingredient medications, which are expensive to treat the more serious parts, serious illness, serious onset side effects of or prevention from a major disease that may kill you within 3 to 5 days. So medicines like this, like hydrochloroquine, are cheap because they're cheap for a reason. Like if you have HIV, you're not just taking one pill by itself. You're not taking one HIV pill. It doesn't work like that. Especially people that have HIV or people that are going through cancer treatment. They just don't. They literally. You can take one pill, but the doctors also recommend you taking other medication as a backup prevention from other major serious illness. So if you're going through cancer treatment, you're also taking that base medication, that base everyday medication, as well as other side effects of medication, other medications used to treat your other underlying conditions. So you may have that chemotherapy pill on top as a base pill. Your chemotherapy pill is a base pill on top of other pills that may use to treat your other simple symptoms. So I have my basic chemotherapy pill, and then I'm taking Advil, then I'm taking Tylenol, then I'm taking something for my cough, then I'm taking something for my tiredness, my lethargy, then I'm taking something for my depression, then I'm taking something for my hair loss, then I'm taking something for my energy, my mood. Do you know what I'm saying? There's always a base medication on top to treat the underlying other symptoms that a person going through major illnesses faces. So a person going through a major illness like cancer, like colon cancer, breast cancer, uh, liver cancer, they're taking a combination of pills. So pills are cheap like this. They're cheap for a reason because they're cheap on top of other pills that are needed. And I bet you this base pill right here and the pills that are included with it are not all the same price. It's cheap for a reason, okay? And people, especially teachers, as well as doctors and nurses that travel overseas all the time to provide care, they have to take these at least maybe 6 months before to treat, or maybe 2 to 3 weeks as a precautionary measure to treat the any kind of symptoms that they may face overseas, or any to treat any exposure to a a viral illness like Ebola, okay, which is a serious illness, but it's still existing today. So right here, U.S. Today, state attorneys general use federal law to lower costs, increase supply of COVID-19 medications. Fierce Pharma, Gilead's COVID medication remdesivir is scarce and costly, attorney generals say, urging feds to lower the price. Business Insider, Gilead's remdesivir costs $2,340, but state officials want a lower price. Okay, so medications like this, like hydrochloroquine, they're never used by themselves. And if you use a major medication like this as used to treat a major illness by itself, you will get sick real quick. You will get sick. You will start vomiting. You will get tired. You will develop serious headaches. And you will pass out because of the strength of the medication. And the strength is used to treat major viral infections, major viral diseases. Okay? So you can never take medication like this by itself. It won't work like that. You have to eat on a full meal as well as take care of health, drink plenty of water, okay, and follow the instructions of the medication. Just because it's cheap doesn't mean it's good. Okay? You guys get me on Facebook? Okay? Just because it's cheap does not mean that it's good. And then on top of that, you're not just taking hydrochloroquine, you're not just taking a small dosage of hydrochloroquine, you're taking a very large dosage of hydrochloroquine. You're not taking a small dosage of this medication. Usually the base dosage of hydrochloroquine that people take on a 30-60, the base dosage is 100 milligram dose pill. You're taking a 100 milligram, a 200 milligram dosage pill. Is used for anti-malaria. It's hydrochloroquine as an anti-malaria Ebola medication. It's not used to treat an everyday cough or pneumonia. You wouldn't give somebody a medication for malaria. You wouldn't give somebody medication for a pneumonia medication for malaria. That's not how it works. But people have misconstrued all the time. Is used for dermatomyositis, Lyme disease, arthritis, malaria, and other major disease. It's called Plaquenil. Plaquenil, no, no. You will throw up if you take this pill by itself and pass out. It's used to treat malaria. You have a respiratory virus and you give somebody a malaria pill. You have somebody has pneumonia and you are prescribing them a malaria pill. You are prescribing somebody malaria. And I do have my books too as well. And malaria is a parasite. It's not a virus, it's a parasite. It's a moving organism in your body. Malaria is used to treat organisms in people's blood and body fluids. It's a you're giving somebody a parasite pill that has pneumonia symptoms. Would you give somebody a would you diagnose somebody malaria that and give them cough syrup? No. Would I take Benadryl for malaria? No, I wouldn't take Benadryl for malaria, and I would not take a cough syrup for malaria either. I would go to the hospital if I had malaria, and that would put me in an isolated unit. They would put me immediately on an IV, as well on IV as well on oxygen, because I'm going to be losing. I would be vomiting, and I would have diarrhea if I had malaria. I will be losing bodily fluids and secretions every 5 minutes. I will be either vomiting or having diarrhea every 5 minutes if I had malaria. And you tell somebody to take cough syrup for something as simple as a regular, everyday, common cold that could turn into a respiratory distress and could kill somebody and put them on a respirator, put them on breathing treatment in a comatose them. And you are prescribing everyday Americans a cheap malaria pill that is never used by itself. You just, if somebody has malaria, you just do not give them one medication. One medication may be cheap, but that one medication is cheap for a reason. And usually, if the medication is dispensed in 60 and 90 quantity supply, that means it's used more than once a day. It's used at least about 2 or 3 times a day. So you're giving people a large dosage of medication 2 or 3 times a day. You're giving somebody a 200 milligram hydrochloroquine pill 2, 3 times a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You're giving somebody a 200 milligram tablet of hydrochloroquine used to treat vomiting and diarrhea symptoms of malaria. Of course, when you take the medication, you're going to have an upset stomach because it's used to treat the parasite that is a symptom, a major symptom of malaria and Ebola. If you're taking hydrochloroquine, you're not just taking one hydrochloroquine medication a day. It doesn't work like that. You're not just taking that one magic pill. No, you're taking a combination of other pills. And on top of that, you're never just taking that one hydrochloroquine pill one time a day either. You're taking it with a full meal, a course meal, as well as drinking fluids. So your body will not overact to the strength of the medication. It's very strong and it will leave you weak, because it's used to treat the parasite, to kill a parasite in people's bodies. There's a difference between a viral infection and a parasite infection, too. There's differences, which is really not explained to the American public. It's not explained to the American public either. Okay? It needs to be properly explained to. So if I have this right here, I have a nasal infection, I need nasal medication. Okay? I need either a nasal spray or I need a basic, like a basic Claritin to treat the nose drainage or a stuffed nose. I wouldn't give somebody a major parasite pill to treat a nasal infection just because I have a little drainage. You're going to make somebody sick for days. If you give them hydrochloroquine and they do not know about it. Okay, so we've got to get the point across, okay? I just want you guys to understand that. Okay? It needs to be understood, okay? We really need to understand what is really going on. What is really going on? You're prescribing medication to people that is used as a simple topical solution. You're prescribing a serious giving advice to people for a serious medication for something that could be a normal, everyday, common cold. And a lot of Americans are very dumb and blind. They only believe what they see. They don't believe what they read or what they find out about their past. Especially everyday Americans that have a home full of 3 and 4-year-old kids. My 4-year-old child is crying, coughing, vomiting, and has a fever. My next door neighbor says, go to the pharmacy. This medication only costs $20. Give this to them for 2 times a day. Now, my child is vomiting. Their face is all purple and blue, and they have a higher fever than before. And now I gotta take them to the hospital that something could have been a normal seasonal flu. It just could have been a normal seasonal flu if my child would have been observed by a pediatrician. If my child would have been observed by a normal licensed pediatrician, that pediatrician would have been able to diagnose, is this a normal common cold or normal seasonal flu, or is this something more serious? Do I give this child Benadryl for a normal seasonal flu, or am I able to administer a child medication, which is at a lower dose? And usually, when you give children under the age of 5 medication, most of the time, the only medication that you can give a child under 5 is what? Tylenol. That's the basic medication you can give a child under the age of 5 years old. The basic medication. The only reason why you would not be able to give a child under the age of 5 anything else than Tylenol is because either Tylenol or Benadryl is because they have a more serious disease, like they're going through cancer treatment, or they have asthma, or that child has behavior problems, okay? And they need medication to calm them down. Or that the child has been exposed to chicken pox. You give them, was right here, Calmantine solution, calamine solution. But I could have gave my child, went to the doctor, went to the emergency room, sat in the emergency room for 2 hours. Then the doctor, the licensed board certified doctor, would have been told me just to give your baby Tylenol, and they would have been okay, instead of listening to my next door neighbor who told me to go down the street to CVS and get a $20 supply of a major illness that's used to treat in Africa. But it's cheap, but it's used also for people going to Africa. The current administration is crazy. It's crazy like that. It is crazy. It is crazy. It is crazy. It is out of your world crazy. And you don't even have to be in the medical field to know what is right from wrong, what is crazy from not crazy, what is crazy from stupid, and what is stupid from dangerous. You don't have to be in the medical field not to know the difference. Yes, I mean, there's a difference between saying, hi, how you're doing? Oh, I'm just in the neighborhood. I'm just saying hi. Or actually, yeah, there is a situation going on. I need you to address this. Do you know what I'm saying? There's also other illnesses involved, okay? Hi, I'm in the neighborhood just saying hi, or actually, this is a government building. We need you to back off. Do you know what I'm saying? Or hi, I'm a government employee. I'm just coming in to say hi. Or actually, there's something going on in my neighborhood. I don't give a damn if you're a federal or police. I need you to check it out. Okay? So there's other issues that need to be addressed on a more dangerous dangerous situation. It's crazy how the current administration, whenever, especially whenever a government official says something about medication, please, government official, have either some kind of resource behind you to say, okay, this is hydrochloroquine, guys. Okay, please look at the information about hydrochloroquine. Every time the current administration says anything about hydrochloroquine, please, I've seen it before. Our current staff, Commander in Chief, whenever you say the word, anytime the word hydrochloroquine comes out of your mouth, Commander in Chief, please have a bulletin board next to you to back it up. Okay? Please have that information to back it up. Please do. Please, please have the information to back it up. Thank you. Hello to my visitor on YouTube. Please have the information to back it up. Please back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. You are going to administer 20 million. You are going to disperse 20 million hydrochloroquine tablets to the United States public that is used to treat an overseas African disease that is, if this disease is spread rapid in everyday Americans, will be shut down for at least 5 to 10 years if malaria and Ebola was on the streets. So what else could there be? Are you telling us that more plagues are coming and you're trying to prevent us from getting more plagues? That's not how it works, Mr. President. If something is going on in the American public and in our air quality, we need to know about it. We don't need to hide the facts. We don't need to hide from the truth. If something is in the American air supply, even if it's COVID-19 coronavirus in the air supply, we need to know, not the water supply, not the food supply. I'm talking in our air quality supply. We need to know about it. If there is a biological terrorism agent in the American air and our quality of air, which our air is our quality of life, we need to know about it. If you are giving Americans a malaria pill for a reason, we need to know about it. Why are you giving us why are you giving us this malaria pill? We need to know about it. Yeah, I say things over and over and over again because I want to get the point across. I really want to explain clearly the point that I'm trying to get across because it is really upsetting me. I have to explain this over and over again because I'm very emotional. Just at the hearing of the word, I get emotional about it. And when I get emotional, I get upset. And therefore I feel powerless. I feel powerless even as a medical assistant or a CNA or a first aid volunteer in the streets. I still get tired. I get tired. I get tired and I get powerless. They feel that I don't have the ability to move forward in my pursuits of my education, of becoming a registered nurse and going to medical school. I get tired and therefore I stop trying because I am powerless to change not only my everyday environment, but to change my community and those around me, especially my family. And if anybody in my family is taking, my immediate family in Louisiana, Texas, California, or Georgia is taking hydrochloroquine right now for COVID-19 symptoms, please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. It is getting real tired and real old. You're forcing something upon people. You're forcing people to gain weight. You're forcing upon you're forcing marriage upon the American public. You're forcing people to eat. You're forcing people to gain weight. You're forcing people to get pregnant. You're forced pregnancies, forced marriages, forced a forced institution will not change the natural rhythm and the natural pattern of life. You can't force Mother Nature. You can't force anything upon Mother Nature, because if you try to force anything upon Mother Nature, it will come back and bite you double times worse. And that is what happened with Hurricane Katrina, as well as other instances of major natural disasters upon the world, especially upon the American public. Hurricane Katrina was mainly a result of an issues with an overload of water supply through the dam systems in New Orleans. The dams have not been repaired, are fixed in New Orleans for years and years. And they knew that eventually, because of the rise of the natural pattern of the water supply was slowly getting higher and higher and higher and higher in New Orleans, until one day when Hurricane Katrina came, it could not handle the water supply. The dams could not handle the major water supply coming through the city. And that's why the city flooded, and it was not able to recover from the flooding. You can't force Mother Nature upon anything. You can't force Mother Nature. Because if you force Mother Nature at the beginning, at the end, it's going to come back, and people are not going to be able to recover from anything that you try to force upon, which is natural. You can't force the natural evolution of life either. If somebody is growing up, they are changing from 12 years old and they're becoming 15 years old, and all of a sudden they grow up overnight. You can't give this person stop you can't stop the growth of a teenager either. Are you trying to stunt the growth of a teenager just because you don't want them to change? That child is supposed to grow and be 6 feet 5 tall, but you are isolating them and abusing them so that they cannot reach their full potential. That child is supposed to be tall, meaty, and thin and very athletic, but people continue to abuse children and call them have say my child has Asperger's disease, when in reality they need to get out and be exposed to a natural climate, get better friends, play a video game, go outside, participate in a sport. Do some art craft work and get involved in that instead of constantly saying my child is autistic. Usually, children that are autistic are very intellectual, very intelligent, but parents want to smother them. And if when you smother them, you stunt the growth. You stunt the growth of a normal child. You are stunning the growth of a normal child. Now, yes, when that child is autistic, they can have behavior problems. And yes, children have behavior problems all their life. Some children are born bullies, some children are not. But behavior problems is not an excuse at the same time to say somebody is autistic. Just because my child got in a fight one time in their life, that does not make them autistic. Just because somebody was in a fight. My child is in a fight, so therefore they are autistic. No. My child failed school this semester, therefore they are autistic. No, that's not how it works. You can't stunt the growth of a child, and you cannot stunt the growth of Mother Nature either. It will not work that way. It will not work that way. So we have to make sure that we have the science and the evidence to back up what we are prescribing to over 50 million Americans. Why would we give 50 million Americans a malaria drug for a respiratory illness? Why would you give 50 million Americans, whether the drug is cheap or not, why would you dispense? Pretty much you're saying the drug is so cheap it should be free. So why is the drug not free? Let it be free. Why is hydrochloroquine, if it's so cheap, why is it not free? Usually, most of the times, if people are going overseas, they are usually taking medication that is dispensed in bucket loads. So they have to take one dosage of the medication, come back 30 days later, get another stronger dosage of the medication, come back another 60, 90 days later, and the doctor keeps increasing the doses and the dosage and the dosage and the dosage of the medication until they are completely immune from the virus. So the doctor, especially when you're going overseas and you are being exposed to bugs, that if they were coming into our American air supply, they would kill us within 3 to 5 days. So what it is, the doctors give these, especially physicians, nurses who do overseas work, churches, evangelist church ministries, they give these dosage of malaria, of dangerous third world disease medications. They give them in different dosages. So when you come in for the first 30 days, they give you a small dosage of the treatment. Then the second 30 days, the next 30 days, they give you a larger dosage of the treatment. And then the 60 days later, you get a larger dose of the treatment. And then 6 months later, you get the top dosage of the treatment until you are completely show no side effects to the illness. And that is one of the best ways to treat any kind of exposure for a normal, healthy American, especially Americans, to help prevent further illness and help us build up antibodies from a very dangerous disease. You have to do it up in different dosages. You have to go lower, then raise it up, then raise it up, then raise it up, and continue going up and up until you have showed no more side effects to the medication and your body has built up immunity to a very dangerous third world disease. In India, Africa, the Middle East, and especially, excuse me, I know it's funny when I say that words like that, but especially in countries like China and Japan. where their food supply is different from everyday Americans' food supply. And in like India, where the quality of water in India is worse than Mexico City. The water quality in India is horrible. People bathe in water, normal low class people, well, as well as they are exposed to that whole lake, the water, the whole lake. People, they worship it, they bathe in it. Which the pictures show that. But I'm sure that there are other places in India where people have access to quality water. But the number what the pictures media shows us in India is completely different. As well as in the Middle East. Well, people have to conserve their water supply for months and months on end because they are living in a dry and a timid environment. Okay, so pretty much this is what the Mayo Clinic and this is in Ohio in Cleveland. I don't know if it's American. I don't know if I already told this, but the Mayo Clinic says about COVID-19 coronavirus drugs. Okay, so pretty much, like I said, they're antiviral drugs. In addition to remdesivir, other antiviral drugs being tested include not just remdesivir, they include fav, favipiravir, and marimipidine. Okay, studies have shown that lopinavir and ritonavir are effective. Okay, these are some other medications. Now, dexamethasone, the corticosteroid, okay, dexamethasone is one of the anti-inflammatory drugs being studied to prevent or treat organ dysfunction and lung injury from inflammation. Okay, so especially when people are at that later phase being exposed to COVID-19 and they have that respiratory illness, therefore, right here we're trying to talk about the later stages of the disease. Okay, so dexamethasone, okay, is used to treat more symptoms of organ dysfunction and lung injury from inflammations of a viral infection. Okay. Now, a recent study found it reduced deaths, dexamethasone, by about 30% for people on ventilators, as well as about 20% for people who needed supplemental oxygen. Now, the U.S. National Institutes of Health has recommended that this drug be used for people that have already been hospitalized with COVID-19, as well as people that are already on ventilators. And they need that extra oxygen, okay? Now, other corticosteroids such as prednisone, methylprednisone, or hydrocortisone may be used as dexamethasone isn't available. However, their effectiveness isn't known yet. Okay, these are corticosteroids. Okay, corticosteroids. So they're mainly used if somebody is having an inflammatory disease. So, say for instance, somebody is going through lung problems, or what they're going through, major pneumonia, or they're going through a really major asthma attack. They need a steroid to come into their body and to come on and attack. The steroids are used to build up what is it? I think they're used to build up anti-blockers to help they build up they have anti-blockers, okay, in the DNA of an infection used to build up passages, okay. You have the DNA, RNA, DNA used to build up as passage blockages from the virus from attacking the regular DNA of a human cell. So when you have a corticosteroid come in, it builds up pathogens. Okay, that I learned in anatomy. It helps build up blockages to prevent it to attack the virus. Okay, which I learned in anatomy and physiology. That's why you have steroids. Steroids are very good for inflammation, for inflammatory diseases. Great. People that have asthma, they need a steroid inhaler. Okay? There you go. Now, Dexamethasone and other corticosteroids may be harmful if given for less severe COVID-19 infections. They may be very harmful for people. That's what I said. These illnesses that is used for hydrochloroquine, it is not used for something as serious as a regular, everyday, normal seasonal flu. It won't work. Researchers study many anti-inflammatory drugs to treat or prevent dysfunction of several organs and lung injury from infection-associated inflammation. Now, immune-based therapy. So they have um, steroid therapy, they have anti-inflammatory therapy, and then they have immune-based therapy. Okay. Now, researchers are also studying the use of a type of immune-based therapy called convalescent plasma. That you have to be very, very, very. That's another issue. You have to be very careful when you're dealing with people's plasma. Plasma is blood. Okay, and that's another issue, that the blood supply uh, is may or may not be tainted. Okay, so you're dealing with a very, very a high population of people in the United States, that predominantly people that have been pres- tested positive for COVID-19 are mainly an older generation. Okay, so people that are more predisposed to COVID-19, that show more dangerous symptoms of this normal respiratory virus, it could be dangerous for them if they're over 65 as well as have pre-existing conditions. Okay, so what I'm saying, if you're giving somebody that is over 65 that already has a pre-existing condition like diabetes, that is going through uh, diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and you're giving them plasma therapy treatment, that is another issue that you have to take into consideration. If you're giving an older person over 65 years of age plasma, that their body is not able to regenerate the blood cells as a normal, healthy 21-year-old young adult may be able to produce very easily. Within 3 to 5 days, a young adult may be able to produce new plasma cells within, either within 24 hours or within 2 to 3 days, new plasma cells. But a normal predisposed 65-year-old is not able to produce plasma cells as easy and as fast as a normal 21-year-old American. And you also have to take that into consideration. You just want to give plasma to a 75-year-old adult, a 75-year-old geriatric patient. You would not give plasma to a 75-year-old patient in a nursing home. You can't do that. Again, with babies as well as older adults, you have to be very careful with medications. You have to make medications as simple as possible, especially when you are dealing with older adults as well as babies. You have to make the medication or anything you are treating them for as simple as possible. As simple and as little quantity as possible. Now, if that older adult has other pre-existing conditions, that then we understand. But a an 80-year-old geriatric patient, you do not want to give an 80-year-old patient in a nursing home 30 pills, as well as put an 80-year-old patient on plasma therapy. Why would you put an 80-year-old patient, here I go again, why would you put an 80-year-old patient on plasma therapy? Why would you put a 3-year-old child on plasma therapy? A lot of these, because a lot of this has to be taken very seriously. extremely, extremely seriously. You have to be very careful and let the American public know plasma therapy is only to be used for the between adults between the ages of 25 through 40, 55, 50 years old, 55 tops. Anything above 55 years old, giving somebody plasma therapy over 55 years old has to be treated very seriously. They have to receive as much care and attention as possible. Because anytime somebody's over the age of 55, they also have other pre existing conditions on top of a basic viral infection. And yeah, I'm in my 30s, but you'd be surprised how many 50 and 60 years old have the same body type, the same arms, the same body figure as me, as well as everyday 60-year-old kids. They look just like me. They have the same height, the same bone structure as me. Times are changing. The human body is changing. People are getting more healthier. They're getting more physical. But still, even though American public is getting more healthier and more physical athletically, it's still you have to take into very small consideration the age as well as the pre-existing health conditions of a person. Now, just because somebody has a great figure, they're healthy, they have a perfect weight for their body type, it doesn't mean that we cannot give them any kind of medication. It doesn't work like that. They're healthy, they're a good, healthy weight, they're young. We could just give them any kind and as much as medication as possible. No, it does not work like that either. You have to take into regards the past medical history of people. You really do have to take it into consideration. Again, there's more medications out there to be given as treatment for COVID-19. Great medications out there. There's medications out there, but you know what? Before you even tell people about medications for COVID-19, guess what? It has to be approved by the CDC and the Department of Health. If these medications are not approved by the FDA, the Centers for Disease Control, and the Department of Health, do not take them. Especially if you have a child under 5 years old, okay? And you have a mother or a grandmother or a family member or a friend telling you to give prescribed medication to your 5-year-old child, say no, thank you, and immediately take your 5-year-old child to the emergency room. It is as simple as that because doctors, especially pediatricians, know exactly what to do when you are treating a young child. You can kill a young child if you give them anything other than necessary. You can literally kill a young child as well as an adult if you give them anything less than they need. You can literally kill a young child as well as an adult. Yes, you can kill them. And I hate that when people take advantage of me. They take my weakness. They take my sincerity for weakness. It's sad. It is sad. People take your weakness for your sincerity for weakness. How, anytime I'm going to make this as I want to explain this to my friends on Facebook as well as on YouTube because I want to make this as a regular human being, as a human being, and as a health professional. Okay, as an allied health assistant, as an allied health support professional, as an allied health professional. as as a mother, as a sister, and as a friend. I just want to make this as clear as possible to people. As a mother and as a friend and as a sister and as a community aid, I want to make this as simple as possible. Anytime there is a worldwide illness going on around the world, and the government is mandating one prescribed medication used to treat this worldwide infection. Anytime a government official is mandating just one prescribed medication that is used to treat a worldwide global health crisis, either that medication has to be extremely expensive because it is a global nationwide health crisis, or it has to be for free. It has to be for free. Or what happens is the government will pass laws intended to make sure that that medication is for free. They will pass laws and they will pass what is called constitutional acts created to make sure that patients, people that have been tested positively for this global illness, are able to receive medical treatment as well as all necessary medications used to treat this global wide world epidemic. They will actually pass constitutional acts. It's called a constitutional act. It's not an amendment. It's actually called a legislative action to institute the passage of free healthcare and free medicine used to treat this global wide world illness. So not only will the medication be for free, not only will the testing be for free, but the healthcare and the health and the medical treatment will also be for free. Or it will be so the price will be so expensive that person or their family will have to go through so many different channels to get the funding that they need in order to get the treatment their family needs, the deadly life or death treatment that their family needs in order to help cure this illness. Do you guys see what I'm saying? It either the treatment has to be so very expensive or it has to be for free. That's how it works when it is a worldwide global medical issue. Either the treatment, the physician's care, and the testing, as well as the medication, has to be extremely tip top tier, 4 or 5 expensive, or it has to be baseline free. Do you get what I'm saying? Especially if it is a worldwide issue. If this issue is going on around the world, it has to literally be access to treatment for this illness has to be so very tip top expensive where families are not able to not only can everyday American families is not the person, it's their whole family cannot take out enough money for the treatment, or they actually have to take out mortgages, or they have to get bank loans just for Medicare treatment, medical treatment for this disease, for this medical condition. Either it has to be tip top hundreds thousands of dollars just for at one stage of the treatment, or it has to be baseline free for the whole entire city and the whole entire state. So each and every single individual state and each and every single individual major large city has to go to their government officials and ask them, beg them, please pass this legislative act to make sure that our people, our citizens receive access to funding for the treatment, or make sure that the treatment is for free, because it is that important. So, in instances when you have a worldwide disease on you guys on YouTube and Facebook, you will not have medication that is cheap. You would not pay $20 for an HIV pill. You would not pay $20 for an asthma inhaler. You would not pay $20 for a cancer pill. You would not pay $20 for one 30-minute session of dialysis treatment either. If this person's on dialysis, you would not pay $20 to get one stage of dialysis treatment either. You wouldn't pay $20 for it. So why would you pay $20 for a COVID-19 global respiratory viral pill? Why would you pay $20 for a COVID-19 pill? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to pay $20 for a pill that is killing over a million people, has affected over a million people around the whole world. You get what I'm saying? It's either so expensive, people have to go through different channels just to get the funding for one stage of the treatment, or the whole entire medication, not just the medication, but the medical treatment, the physician's doctor's offices visits, as well as the testing for the disease. That not only the testing has to be free, not only the doctor's visits have to be free, but you best believe the medication better be free too. That's how it works when you are going through a major global health crisis. The doctor's offices better be free. The testing better be free. And of course, the medication damn as well better be free too. That's how it works. That's how it works all around the world. And people and organizations will go and journey and travel miles and miles around the world to do this. They do this every single day. They go to different parts of the world and different continents. They bring all their testing supplies, all their medical supplies. They bring all the testing equipment. They bring their doctors, their physicians, their surgeons, and the nurses. They go to different hospitals. Patients walk, travel, bus, drive all over the whole entire region just to be treated for a cleft lip. So the medical treatment, the medical surgery for a cleft lip is free. Therefore, and then after the outpatient recovery from the cleft lip, the doctors give the families of the patient has been treated for a cleft lip free medication, free pain medication. You see how that works? So if the procedure is free, then the medication also as well better be free for what? For a cleft lip. For a cleft lip. A cleft lip. You get what I'm saying? Just for a cleft lip, the surgery is free in third world countries. So why isn't automatically every single day Americans we're not getting the same treatment just for a cleft lip in other countries? Why don't we see it as the same? Just for a cleft lip. And that sometimes it can be a life or death situation for people to have a cleft lip because they cannot eat. Not only that, they cannot breathe properly. A cleft lip. Lip. So if we cannot look at COVID-19 like we look at AIDS, or like we look at cancer, that is a major issue, major seriously perspection illness, perspective problem, a point of view problem, because it's killing as many people around the world as the people that have died from AIDS, as people that have died from cancer, as people that have died from heart disease. And still, heart disease is the major number one killer in the American public. Heart disease is still on top of COVID-19, as well as cancer, as well as AIDS, HIV. Heart disease still kills more people than HIV and cancer, as well as COVID-19. So why are we not putting these on the same level, on the same concern? And when I see pregnant women in hospitals, I want to scream. I want to scream the way they treat pregnant women at hospitals. I want to scream. I want to scream when I see a woman that just has delivered a newborn, and the hospital puts that woman and her child on the street in a parking lot without a wheelchair. In an American city like Boston, Massachusetts, a woman that just has delivered a brand new newborn is left out on the street cold with no wheelchair and no nurse or clinical staff to accompany her and watch her before her ride comes and picks up her and her newborn child. I want to scream. I want to scream. I want to scream. I really want to scream how they treat women. So we have to address a lot more issues. It's great to feel emotional and compassionate about it, but we actually have to change this emotion, especially with all these rallies and these protests. We have to take all this emotion, all these feelings into legislative action and turn it to voting power. Turn all this energy into a voting block and turn that voting block into power. Power. That's how it works. Absolutely. That's how it works. That's how it works. That's how it works. Absolutely. We've got to take this emotions and all this power and turn it into all this energy and turn it into legislative action. Turn all this energy into a voting block and turn this voting block into power, into legislative law, and legislative law into action, and take it to the White House on election Super Tuesday day. It is a lot. It is a lot. It's a lot. It is a very, very big issue. Absolutely. I'm very, I'm emotional about my medical ethics. I'm very, very, very emotional about ethics. About ethics. I'm extremely emotional about ethics. Not just being a healthcare professional, a medical professional, but when it comes to ethics, I am extremely upset and extremely tired about the ethics of the medical community right now. That there are not doctors and nurses out there advocating for free treatment for COVID-19 patients. That the only people that are doing it is a man that has been appointed by Trump and not a representative from the medical community in the White House right now to actually talk face to face and be on the conferences, these TV conferences, White House conferences, instead of letting it be Trump's appointed chief of staff talking to the American public. It should actually be a medical, highly educated professional like Dr. Ben Carson. And he is kept shut up and silent. Dr. Ben Carson. Yeah, I'm extremely, extremely emotional about it. And you have a global wide world epidemic. Okay. You're giving people a medication that is supposed to be for free. This medication, if it's supposed to be treated for over 2 million people all around, and you're having 2 million people pay for medication, please let it be for free. Okay? Especially if it's anything like hydrochloroquine used for malaria. No. That's why medications like this one right here, what it's called, remdesivir, remdesivir is so expensive because it is expensive. It is quality medication for a reason. Remdesivir. It is quality medication and it is paid at a price for a high price for a reason. And it is meant to be that high of a price, and it's not meant to lever on that price either. That price is not meant to change either. Because it is that price because of the amount of work as well as the quality ingredients that are needed to create the formula in this medication. Just the quality of ingredients, the combination and the quality and the work ethic that it takes to create the formula is expensive itself, as well as the medical professionals and technicians that are needed in the laboratory that are needed to create this medication, this formula. So if the formula for the pills is expensive, we want to give this to everyday single Americans. We will want it for make sure that it is diagnosed correctly, as well as there are every single method needed to make sure that we have our I's dotted and our T's crossed about this worldwide disease. That's why they have made medications like this, okay, highly cost for a reason. Like the EpiPen has been priced very high for a long time, but there have been channels created to make sure that the EpiPen is made to be affordable for everyday Americans. The EpiPen is an emergency needed medication, but there are different channels for families in order for the families, everyday American families, to be able to afford the EpiPen. There's insurance companies that will pay for the EpiPen. There's government acts, government grants that will pay American families, give them affordable access to the EpiPen. So there's the insurance companies will pay for an EpiPen. The governments have grants to pay for EpiPen, as well as normal doctors will make sure that their patients get access to an EpiPen. If a doctor will make sure their patients get access to the EpiPen, and a doctor does not care about the cost, what does that mean? That means that it is a necessary medication needed for the emergency quality of life for a person. Just 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 the cost of one EpiPen. Just the cost of one EpiPen. But you best believe if a doctor is going to give away a free EpiPen, he's going to make sure that every single uh, patient visit shows that this patient shows the symptoms and that they need access to this highly cost medication. That it has been documented and documented and documented time and time again. Now, an EpiPen may cost about $650 to $700 on drugs.com, RN.com, $700. CVS for a 2-pack. They could do generic EpiPen for $100 for a 2-pack. Yeah. And they even say it just costs $10 for an EpiPen. Now, why is an EpiPen different from treatment for COVID-19, medication needed for COVID-19? And EpiPen medication should not be, emergency treatment should not be any different than treatment needed for COVID-19. It shouldn't be any different. It says right here, the EpiPen price went down to $300 for a 2-pack. For some families, especially those who needed more than one EpiPen pack to protect their kids during severe allergy attacks, that price was still way too high. Okay? It should be treated the same. If it's a necessary emergency medication, it should be treated as the same on the same level as other necessary emergency medications needed for major illnesses. Okay? It's normal. We have to put it on the same basis. The medication for COVID-19 should be used for medication for HIV, as well as for diabetes, as well as for asthma, as well as for allergic reactions like the EpiPen. Automatically, definitely. That should not be an excuse. That should not be an excuse. Now, right here it says drugs being studied that have uncertain effectiveness. Researchers are studying amlodipine. Amlodipine. The researchers are trying to use amlodipine for COVID-19. Amlodipine, what is amlodipine? SSRI for depression, anxiety. Amlodipine. They're also talking about um, ivermectin, losartan, and famotidine to use a viral infection like COVID-19. You're trying to give us anxiety, antidepressant drugs, but it is not known yet how effective these drugs may be treating or preventing COVID-19. This is crazy. This is crazy. It's crazy. You're trying to get somebody amlodipine to treat a viral infection. Amlodipine is not for depression. It's used for high blood pressure, like hydrochlorothiazide, and chest pain, like chest anxiety. Yeah, and angina. Yeah, but amlodipine is used for heart problems, but you wouldn't use it for a respiratory illness. It relaxes blood vessels so blood can flow more easily. Increase your well. I guess if somebody was having a heart attack, yeah, that could be another symptom of COVID-19, but I'm not sure. And then losartan a blood thinner? What is losartan? Is losartan a blood thinner? What is it? It's also used to treat high blood pressure. Yeah, but is it a thinner? Yeah, it lowers blood pressure. Improves. Yeah, it's a thinner. It's used to increase blood flow. And famotidine. Yeah, because COVID-19 does produce heart failure. Famotidine right here is saying famotidine is used to treat ulcers and gastro reflux, GERD disease. No. Then right here, it's talking about hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine, which is what is it? Pla- Plavaxo, plaquenil is are malaria drugs authorized for emergency use by the FDA during COVID-19 pandemic, but hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine is ineffective because again they can cause serious heart diseases as well as other serious line diseases when you're dealing with a respiratory illness. You're using medication. You're treating a respiratory illness. Hey JR, you are treating somebody with heart problems for a parasite. You're treating somebody with heart problems for a parasite medication. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. And again, if we are going to be instituting using plasma as using different people's plasma as treatment for COVID-19, we have to make sure that we have healthy individuals to administer plasma to. So again, when you are administering plasma, please have please let the public and know government officials that you have to administer as well as take plasma from healthy healthy citizens. That means healthy citizens. What is a healthy person? What is a healthy person? That person has no previous signs of any other type of viral infection as well as any other type of sexually transmitted disease. If somebody has a previous existence a sexually transmitted disease in their past, you can definitely find it out through somebody's plasma. You would not give plasma of a previous STD patient, give them give somebody's plasma to a person that is going through a heart condition from the symptoms of COVID-19. If you know somebody has STDs, you don't even have to test them. Just look in their plasma. Plasma has every single ingredient. You can definitely find out from somebody's plasma. You can definitely find it out. Absolutely. 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 You can also find out if they have an STDs as well as is that person on any street drugs. You can find out through their plasma. That's not, oh, we're just going to get plasma, and plasma will help cure COVID-19. No, no, that won't work either. That will not. Plasma will not work either. You can't make a quick solution to a global. There is no quick solution. There is no quick solution to this. There's no quick solution to anything. There is no quick solution. There is no quick solution to this. There's no quick solution to it. There is no quick solution to this. There's no quick solution to this. How do I know? Why am I all of a sudden talking about how does a queen know everything about COVID? I don't know everything. I do not know everything, but what I know is I have a passion for people. I love to help people, as well as I love to be involved in the medical field. But you know what? Her undergraduate degree is not in biology. Her undergraduate degree is not in nursing. Who cares if my undergraduate degree is not in nursing? Who cares if my undergraduate degree from Purdue University is not in biological infectious diseases and sciences? Who cares? What matters is that I have the experience as well as the clinical and career experience to back it up. Who cares if I don't have an undergraduate biology degree or a chemistry degree or a health degree, sports medicine degree? She doesn't have a degree in this field. So what is she talking about? She doesn't have a degree in this field. So why would we listen to her? Who cares? I work in the community. I love helping people out. And this affects me just as much as it would affect somebody who graduated with a biology degree is not and is working as a teacher. Or that person graduated with a biology degree and they're working in a retail store. Or that person graduated with a chemistry degree and they're working at Starbucks. Or they're working at Apple and you have a chemistry degree and you're working at Apple. You have a biology degree and you're working at the library. Who cares? Is what you do with your experience and your education that matters. Is what you do with it that matters. It's not the name of it or the title or the degree plan. It's what you do with that experience and the people that were able to taught me. I had great science and biology and math teachers over the past 15 years since I've been pursuing my undergraduate degrees. At Tarrant County College, I had great math teachers, a great history teacher, great liberal arts. And you know what? A basic liberal arts education can be the foundation of any kind of career. If you just have a basic liberal arts education, English, math, history, and science, basic liberal arts, history, philosophy, and algebra. That is basic liberal arts, algebra, history, and the foundations and philosophy and how it applies to man. That is a basic liberal arts degree. Writing, philosophy, and algebra, arithmetic. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. A basic liberal arts education. If you have those three fundamentals, you could go anywhere in the world and you can learn anything from anybody, being any kind of job, and do anything you want to do. All you need is reading, writing, and arithmetic. That's it. If you know those fundamentals, you can do anything you want. But you know what? Those fundamentals are not taught in American schools today. These kids know how to read, but do they know how to write? Reading, writing, and you know what? Do these kids know math? Do these kids know how to do basic algebra? What happened to the basic fundamentals of education? Reading, writing, and arithmetic. Basic fundamentals. Who cares what somebody dresses? Who cares what somebody looks like? Who cares about their BO? Who cares about any of that? Because people can overcome it, especially in cultures that doesn't, the people, it's normal in different cultures. But the fact that people have access to a high basic education, they can do anything in the world that they want to do. They can present themselves as presentable and have and be born in the dirt slums of Mumbai, or they could come from the rich parts of the world, richest parts of Paris, richest parts of New York, richest parts of Texas, richest parts of Louisiana. They can come from the dirt slums of New Orleans and still be able to articulate and get the point across to an American president. Yeah, I'm from the dirt slums of Louisiana. Okay. Yeah, my family grew up in the slums and water and dope in the river. Yeah, we grew up in the river. We ate alligators and dirty water. We drank dirty water. And yeah, we're married to our cousins. Oh, well. But we are able to sit down and communicate with American presidents and American senators. Who cares if my family's inbred? Who cares? Who cares if we're inbred? Who cares if there is um, incest in our family? It doesn't matter. The fact is, we have the opportunity to change our lives. Because you know what? Some people are blind. They don't know. That's the way their culture is, and that is the way they're raised. And in some cultures, it's the norm because families have to pass down different seeds. That's the way their families are able to produce. In some cultures, it's the norm. If there is no mother in the house, the oldest daughter, which sometimes the oldest daughter may be 9 years old, maybe 12 years old, and sometimes the oldest daughter may be 5 years old taking care of a 6-month-old child. It is sad. Yeah, it is sad. And then that 9-year old baby girl has to also take care of her father. And when that 9-year-old girl reaches puberty and she's not able to marry off to a husband, her father needs to carry on the family. It is sad. But you know what? And people where they are not exposed to an outside influence of society, they are in very remote parts of the world, especially when you're dealing with tribes in Alaska, different tribes in different regions of the world. They have to live on like that. They have to live like that. And I'm not talking about American hillbillies either. I'm talking about people, especially people in Mongolia, especially people in remote parts of Asia, China, and especially people in remote parts of even India, where India is a country of over a billion people, a billion and a half people. And you have people in remote parts of India that are not able to have access to transportation to the outside world. And so you have the older mothers and the older grandmothers, and then you have the younger girl child who has now reached puberty. She lives with her older grandmother generation, and there is only one male figure in the house, which is her father. So the younger girl who has reached puberty has to produce a child with her father. Even and now you know what? You can call it sick, but it just really just depends on the culture. And a lot of these girls in very remote parts of the world do not have access to an education. They're only educated by what their surroundings teach them to be, what they are exposed to around their surroundings. People are only educated by what their community tells them, what the community educates them to be. And if your community educates you to be this way, then that's the way you are educated to be. But if you have an outside influence that teaches you that there is a difference about this way, this treatment, that you have other opportunities available to you, then take advantage of that external influence. If somebody comes in from a different part of the community and tells you that this is not right, or that there is a different method, another way to do this, then let that other outside influence tell you, advise you on what it is. That you do not have to do this, that you have a choice. But a lot of people don't know until they are actually exposed to something different. You won't know until you are exposed to something different. You literally won't know until you know. And it may look sick to some cultures and some outside influential societies, but in their own community, in their own society, in their own community, I'm not talking about it's a cult. I'm just saying in that person's family lifestyle, it may be normal to them. And it doesn't matter if that person is dirt poor, that person can also be very rich. Very rich. Very rich. But again, that even though that person is rich and very wealthy, again, they are still secluded from the rest of the world. Even people like Marilyn Monroe, a very, very wealthy, rich woman, but she was secluded from the world because of her Hollywood career and her contract. Yeah, it's sad. It is very sad. Absolutely. People are only exposed to, and you know what? People don't know until they know. You ask them, and this person may be dirt poor Louisiana, dirt poor Little Rock, Arkansas, and you tell them about it, or they may be rich and wealthy in Dallas society or rich and wealthy in Los Angeles society, and you look at them, their family are Hollywood producers, but in their own family, that is the way they were raised and that is the way they were brought up. And you look at this person and you actually tell them to their face about it, or you find some way to communicate this issue about this issue to this very wealthy or this dirt poor person. And you know what? They get insulted. They get dangerously insulted. And this person may be dirt poor and they want to kill people because it's not that they don't want people to know, is that really and honestly, That's the way they want to be. And it has to do a lot with, well, you know what? If this is a global epidemic, there should be free medication. But you know what? Are you really gonna tell a billionaire, can you please give the American public free medication for this global epidemic disease? Do you think a billionaire is really going to allow free medication to the American public? He may let the testing be for free, but do you think he's going to allow the medication to be free? A billionaire? No. He may allow the testing to be free, but the medication to be free? Hell no. Because billionaires are all about the money. Now, some billionaires like Jeff Bezos or Melinda and Bill Gates, yeah, what they will do, they won't let the medication be for free. They won't let the college be for free. But what they will do, though, especially people like Bill Gates. Oh, yeah. Well, Bill Gates is one of the richest, and Warren Buffett. I'm not sure about Mark Zuckerberg, but what Bill Gates has done for the past 10, 20 years is him and his family have curated what is called the Bill and Melinda Gates Scholarship Foundation. This man is so wealthy, he won't just give college students, high school students, $1,000 scholarship. He will give high school and college well qualified, highly intelligent students a scholarship so valuable it will be able to pay for the undergraduate and their graduate education and entitle them to medical school because that's how Bill and Melinda Gates are. Not only that, but they were able to continue doing that in the thousands. They are giving away $100,000 scholarships to over thousands and thousands of people. And they are billionaires. That's how it works. They're able to afford a high price for millions of people. That's how it works. Not only is it a high price for the product, but it will apply to millions of people. That's how it works. It's not that we're going to give a a high quality product at a cheap price. That's not for millions of people. That's not how it works. You pay a high price for a high quality, and you be sure to allow different channels affordable to the American public so they be able to afford easy access to this product, especially with Bill and Melinda Gates, as well as Warren Buffett and Jeff Bezos. That's how they are. They give out money. They give out money at such a high value. So this high value, this high amount of money is able to afford to millions of people around the world. And also, they're not only doing it by themselves, but they are also doing it in combination with other millionaires and billionaires like themselves, so they can also come in and chip into the pot to be able to afford high quality access, give the people the opportunity to an education that are not able to afford it. For low income high school students that are star material, they're athletes, they're community activists, they're students, they're smart, they're brilliant, and they help improve their community and their families. And do you think of a regular high school student will just go for a regular Spanish degree for will just go right off in the world with $100,000 scholarship with a basic Spanish degree? Hell no. Hell no. You think you're gonna give somebody $100,000 degree and they're just gonna get a regular undergraduate philosophy degree or a regular undergraduate arts degree, and you just gave this student $100,000 scholarship, and that student is just going to only walk out of there with a communications degree, and they graduated from Harvard, or that student that just got $100,000 degree is going to get a degree in theater arts? No, they're going to do something with that degree. They're going to make a difference with their degree because that degree means something to them. It doesn't have to be the name, it doesn't have to be the title, it's the meaning behind it. It's the meaning behind it. Is that the name of the title? Is that the name of the degree? It's the meaning behind the degree. It's not that the degree was easy to get. That's not what it means. That's not what it means. Is that that person graduated from college and was able to graduate, able to finish and complete their coursework and their course load, and able to move forward in their life. It's not that it was easy and it's not that it was quick, it's that they were able to actually finish something for the first time in their life. It's really sad. It's really sad. You think somebody is actually going to go to school on $100,000 Bill and Melinda Gates scholarship that they fought for, that they had to work hard for, and all of a sudden they're going to go to school and get an undergraduate degree in theater and fashion design? What are you saying? I worked for 4 years in high school. I graduated high school with honors. I got $1 million Bill and Melinda Gates scholarship to go to college. And I all of a sudden did that to graduate college with a video and photography degree or a music degree. And I got $100,000 scholarship from a billionaire. Or I got a travel and tourism degree and a billionaire just gave me a scholarship to go to school. And even 60-year-old high school students know better than that. So why should American president try to cheapen the lives of everyday Americans? It's yeah. You know how I got, guys, how I am. You guys know how LaQueen is. I get very, very, very emotional. Because if people are willing to die and fight for an education, they should do the same for medicine. So if people are dying all around if over 200,000 people around the world have died from a viral infection, you best damn believe that the medication you're going to give to us better not be for cheap. It best damn well be for free. When my grandmother died, my aunt died, and all of a sudden you're saying, oh, this damn ass shit is for free, it's cheap. And my grandmother just died, and all I had to do was buy a $20 pill medication? Hell to the fucking no. My congressman just died, and all of a sudden, all he needed was a 20 motherfucking dollar a bottle of pills. Hell fucking no. Excuse my French. Excuse me, guys. I just had a United States senator pass away, and all you're trying to say is all he needed to do was take a $20 bottle of pills and he would have been okay? No. The medications is $20. Who gives a fucking ass care? Excuse my French. Excuse me. Excuse me, but it is that necessary. And you know what? It is an insult. It is an insult to the medical profession. It is an insult that you are pushing a cheap medication. Not only you're pushing that it's cheap, but you're pushing that it is used to treat malaria. It's cheap, and not only is it cheap, but the people that take this medication are going to suffer serious side effects of the disease. Yeah, it's cheap. Who gives a damn if it's cheap? You're going to be throwing up and vomiting blood for days because you're taking the medication on a very high dose. It's not a low dose of the medication. It is a very high dosage of the medication. So therefore, the medication is only to be used at the final stages of COVID-19. But you can't just prescribe hydroxychloroquine at the beginning stages of COVID-19. It doesn't work like that. You have to give somebody hydrochloroquine at the final and last stages of COVID-19 within the vicinity facilities of a hospital setting. So hydroxychloroquine cannot be administered on the street, and it cannot be administered at an everyday local pharmacy down the street either. They're not supposed to be selling hydroxychloroquine at CVS or Walgreens either. It's supposed to be administered in a hospital setting or within a doctor's care. And on top of that, hydroxychloroquine is to be administered in different stages and in different dosages. That's the way hydroxychloroquine is used to be because malaria works on different stages. And so therefore the doses of the medication has to be administered at a low dose, like I said before, at a higher dose, like I said before 20 minutes ago, and then 6 months later again at the highest dose to treat the symptoms of malaria and Ebola and any kind of third world disease. But you won't tell the American public that. You just want something quick and cheap and fast. And it doesn't work that way in the medical field. If you want to work in the medical field, you have to give your best. And sometimes all you have to do is just to take it. Take the pain, take the insults, take the laughter, take the people making fun of you because you have to be a need to people. People will insult you to your face and say you are nothing. But yeah. And as a medical professional, you have to take it. Why do I have to take your insults? Well, we don't give a damn. You still have to take it. Why? Because you are a qualified medical professional and this person needs your help. They're going to come screaming into the doctor's office saying, I'm in pain, and cursing and screaming off the top of their lungs, saying, fuck you, fuck the doctors. My leg is bleeding. My leg just broke in half. I need motherfucking help. Get me a doctor. My friend has just been shot. You think people are going to be all nice and dancing easy? Say, oh my God, please help me. No, people are going to be screaming at the tops of their lungs and insulting you and pretty much basically assaulting you to get the help that their friend and family member needs because their friend has been shot. People are going to be very emotional. And yes, people are very emotional about medicine, about emergency healthcare, emergencies. This won't work for COVID-19. Will this work for malaria? Will this work for Ebola? Will this work for chickenpox? No. Will you give somebody Benadryl for chickenpox? Will you give somebody Benadryl for pneumonia? Will you give somebody Benadryl for Ebola? No, because it is a very serious infectious disease. That person has to be isolated from the community as well as isolated from their family. Therefore, they have to be isolated and treated on an individual basis for this highly contagious disease. So, therefore, something as simple as Benadryl, something even as simple as aspirin and NyQuil, Dayquil will not work for something that is highly infectious and a very highly deadly disease. Deadly and infectious disease. Disease right here. So NyQuil, Dayquil, and Benadryl won't work. These simple over the counters won't work. And neither will if this Benadryl just costs, the generic Benadryl costs $10. Generic Benadryl. Generic NyQuil costs $10. And this Benadryl right here costs about 10, $15. This is a smaller Benadryl. So if this basic Benadryl costs 10, $15 and basic NyQuil, generic NyQuil costs 15 bucks, why would we want to pay the same for something like hydroxychloroquine? If they're on the same price? No, we will not want to pay the same medication for I will not want to pay the same for hydroxychloroquine as well as Benadryl and NyQuil. These are not on, they're not on the same level. Okay, American public, understand me. These are not on the same. I wish people would understand and look at the value behind and actually pay attention to the words of an American president because he's confused. He's confused, very, very confused. He's very confused. He only knows, and on top of that, he's probably playing games because he's a billionaire, and billionaires can play facades and put on different faces all the time. And so you see, both of these medications are still wrapped up in their original container, have not been opened. They're brand new. They're brand new medications, brand new formulas. Okay, so why would I want to pay the same for NyQuil and Benadryl as I pay for hydroxychloroquine? Why would these be on the same level? Why would I want to put a malaria drug on the same level as NyQuil? Why would I want to put a malaria drug on the same level as Benadryl? Are you saying they cost the same? Yeah, they cost the same. It doesn't work. These are not the same. These and it's also it is very unethical. It is very, very, very millionaires, billionaires can do anything. They can literally do anything and get away with murder. It is so ridiculous. It is ridiculous, ridiculous. And people won't even know it. I'm taking pictures of this and putting it on Facebook. It is ridiculous. People won't know. And like I said before, people perish for the lack of knowledge. It is ridiculous. They could literally get away with murder, and the people won't know it until at the last minute. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It is really sad. It is ridiculous. It is really sad. They're not the same. It is really, it's, you know what? It is ridiculous. It is very, very sad that the American public does not know. You know what I mean? It is a lot. I just lost Facebook. Do I mean it is a really big issue that needs to be addressed? But people are dumb and blind. Yes, a lot of people are dumb and blind. It is really sad. It is really sad. It is administered at a high dose. Something that is administered at such a high dose should be expensive. Like right now, there's a different antidepressants out there, but they're cheap because they're cheap at a low dosage. But if they were at a higher dosage, there would be a higher price. That's why they're cheap because they have less ingredients. But if they had more ingredients, they should be more expensive. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay. Do you guys understand me? If something is cheap, that means the quality is less, or there's less ingredients to be made. It's faster to make that product. But if something has a higher dosage or has more ingredients, that means it has more quality applied to that product, or it needs a more combination of additives added to that to make that a higher quality product. But you just won't have a 200 milligram tablet for 20 bucks on the street. It doesn't work like that. That is right there unethical. Am I the whistleblower about that? I think so. It's hard being a whistleblower because sometimes, most of the times, whistleblowers do not get paid. Not only that, but they are running and risking their lives. They're literally running for their lives, being a whistleblower. That means they are dedicated to a cause, they are dedicated to an issue that sometimes is our life or death situation. Just for the whistleblower are those who are their own family and members and friends, just being a whistleblower. Either it applies to them or applies to their loved ones or someone they are dearly connected to. And they have to address the issue on a global wide world network. They're not just only addressing the issue, but it applies to them personally, on a personal level. It affects them on a very personal level. Their career, their families, and sometimes even there will be even a life or death situation for that person right then and there. Just being a whistleblower. Or, anything, just anything. You could be in a scam or anything, and you even know the difference. He's trying to scam the American public. UK. And who's gonna receive this $20? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, and I don't receive it. A 200 milligram tablet is in a 30 quantity, a 60-day supply of a 200 milligram tablet is for $20. I don't believe it. Hell no. What does that mean? Oh, it's cheap, so it must be good. No, that's not what it means. That means don't take it. On top of that, is usually if something is at that high of a dosage, like I said before, if it's at that high of a dosage for a a medication like that, it's supposed to be used as a baseliner in combinations with other medications that are necessary. Anti-inflammatory medications, Ebola medications. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Mm-mm. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. No, don't believe it. Do not believe it. If something is that cheap and you are going through a date, you are going on a life or death situation, you best believe if you're in the hospital, how much is this medication? 19.99. Hell fucking no. Let me go talk to my doctor right quick. Let the doctor buy the medication for me. I won't buy it for myself. I'll let somebody else buy the medication for me. But I'm not gonna give somebody $20 and I'm in a life or death situation for a cheap medication. I'll let somebody else buy that for me. Mm-mm. Can you buy this for me? It's real cheap. Okay, we'll buy it for you. Let me read the label right quick. Are you a nurse? Yeah. If I give you $20, can you buy this medication for me? Okay, let me see what it says. You know what, honey? You keep your $20. Come, go to the doctor and ask him about it. Ask him about it. Come back in a couple of days. Okay, nurse. Thank you. Good. Okay, thank you. Simple, simple as pie. Simple as shepherd's pie. Easy, easy as a piece of cake. Easy. It's horrible. It is really sad. It makes my heart hurt how unethical that is. And you're promoting this drug to an American population of over 500 million people. Oh, these glasses. Of over 500 people in the United States, you are promoting a $20 drug for a life and death respiratory viral disease? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Anyway, guys, I've got to thank you, YouTube. I have two people on YouTube. Thank you. No, you're not going to promote a $20 cheap drug for the American population of over 500 million Americans. You are going to tell 500 million Americans to take this $20 drug for a major life or death viral disease. I know I go a little bit overboard, but I apologize, guys. I apologize because I get very emotional about it. I get and like I said before, there is no quick solution to this. There is no quick solution to this. And then on top of that, he's saying about plasma. Plasma, yeah, plasma is a great solution, convalescent plasma. But again, you have to understand though, plasma has to be taken from a healthy individual. On top of that, the person has to be healthy as well as that person cannot have any exposure to STDs or any previous history of drug addiction. So that right there cuts out the prison population. That cuts out right now kids between 15 and 19 years old because they have to be adults as well as they have to be mature adults because they want mature plasma. Okay? They want mature adults and mature plasma. Because if somebody is on street drugs or if somebody has a previous STD, they are going to find it in their plasma. It's not in the blood right here. It's not in their nasal or their bodily fluids or their bodily fluids. No, it's in your plasma. It's in what makes your blood, in your bones. And you're telling people to give out plasma. You have to be again very careful about that. And make sure that you are not promoting plasma to a low income population. You have to be very, very careful with what you say because this is a highly dangerous disease. And especially in countries like low income countries like India. And India has over 1 billion people. You are have to be very careful and very consciously careful about administering bone marrow plasma to people of different creeds and people of different classes just in India. Do you think that the Indian you think that the president of India is telling people let's give out plasma? No, no, let's give out plasma. Mm-mm, no. Why? Why is India not promoting plasma? Why? Because he would be killing his own people. And you have to be very, very careful because people have different diets And people have different ways to live. They live in different regions as well as that. And different regions have different diets, as well as their blood, as well as their culture is different. Some people are healthy, some people are not healthy. Some people live in clean environments, some people live in slums. So would you want to give somebody plasma that lives in a crowded slum? No. And have them go give them plasma and have them go straight right back to that slum? No. Go straight right back to that ghetto? No. You want to take them out of that environment, take them into an isolated medical facility, administer the plasma, okay, from a healthy individual, isolate that person for about 6 to 12 weeks or 3 to 6 months or whatever it takes for their bodies to develop new plasma. And then after 3 to 6 months of outpatient therapy treatment, then they can go back into their normal society, back into the slums. No, you have to, again, there is inpatient treatment for plasma as well as there's outpatient treatment for plasma. You have to be careful on that too, because a person will go back right into that same environment, be exposed to even worse and more sickness. You have to be very careful about that too. So you have to be very careful about making sure that you have a whole conglomerate of differences that this our current administration is telling his people about what's going on. Okay, so now he's promoting hydroxychloroquine. Now he's promoting plasma. What else is he promoting? Ibuprofen asthma? Are you serious? Well, what they're talking about is better instead of taking Advil or ibuprofen for a viral infection. It's pretty much basic. You want to take, as like I said before, okay, is pretty much standard precaution in hospitals. Hospitals pretty much administer the most basic anti-inflammatory as low pain possible medication. Basic medication in hospitals, Tylenol. Tylenol, Tylenol, Tylenol. So right here it says some French doctors advise against using ibuprofen, Motrin, Advil, and other generic versions for COVID-19 symptoms based on reports of otherwise healthy people with confirmed COVID-19 cases who were taken in SAID NSAID for symptom relief and a developing severe illness, especially pneumonia. These are only observations and not based on scientific studies. The WHO, the World Health Organization, recommended using acetaminophen instead of ibuprofen to help reduce fever and aches and pains related to this coronavirus infection. But now states that either acetaminophen or ibuprofen can be used, but you just want it as basic as possible. Rapid changes and recommendations create uncertainty from these doctors. So, since some doctors remain concerned about NSAIDs and SAIDs, it still seems prudent to choose acetaminophen first because acetaminophen is basic. That means it's so basic you can take it in more rapid quantities. You want to be careful by taking ibuprofen Advil more than 2 or 3 times a day. You usually, if you take ibuprofen or Advil, the maximum amount of dosage for ibuprofen is a 200 milligram dosage 2 times a day. That's pretty much basic standard. You can't take Advil more than 2 times a day. Now, it's a little bit easier with Tylenol. You can take Tylenol, small dosages at higher quantities a day, okay? Because it's a basic anti-inflammatory medication. Okay, it's basic antiviral, anti-inflammatory. It's basic. But it will treat the underlying conditions. necessary. However, if you suspect or know you have COVID-19 and cannot take acetaminophen or have taken the maximum dose and still need symptom relief, taking over-the-counter ibuprofen does not need to be specifically avoided. So it doesn't matter if you already took 3 to 6 tablets of aspirin or 3 to 6 tablets of Tylenol. Then it says you can take Advil or ibuprofen as a substitute if you need to help relieve the pain. So it says that you don't need to avoid it, but you do need to take something else in combination instead of taking more of the aspirin. You need to take something else in combination to substitute as a pain reliever, as an anti-inflammatory reliever. This is according to the Mayo Clinic. This article was posted June the 23rd, 2020. It was updated June the 23rd, 2020, and it was published on March the 2020. This is from the Mayo Clinic. From the Mayo Clinic. Okay, this information that I gave you guys on hydroxychloroquine and risperidone, the other drug was published from this is from the Harvard Health Review, as well as the other one. This is from the Harvard Health Review. And then the other information where I gave you guys before about the treatment for other drugs, for antiviral drugs, anti-inflammatory drugs, was also published from the Mayo Clinic. Okay, this was a published article. So I'm going to give references. This was on August the 5th. Okay, this article was published on August the 5th. This is from the Mayo Clinic. Okay, this is August the 5th from the Mayo Clinic online. And this is a factual, a great reference right here. The Mayo Clinic, as well as the Harvard Medical Institute. Harvard Medical School. Which one? Which part of Harvard? Harvard has so many schools. It's ridiculous. This is from Harvard Health Publishing. Harvard. It should have been from the Harvard Medical Journal. But this is from Harvard Medical School. These are official medical agencies, official institutions. This one's from Harvard Medical School, and this one's from the Mayo Clinic. Okay, so these are actually. Hey, Charity girl. Hey, Charity. How you doing, girl? This is from the Harvard Medical School, and this is from the Mayo Clinic. These are both referenced as well as well-known and authorized. So if I was you, I would have a representative from the Mayo Clinic as well as a representative from the Harvard Medical School at every single press briefing that President Trump has, and demand that they be there so he can get the clear word out. What in the world are you telling the American public? What are you telling 500 million people to do? If you have 500 million people and you have a virus that is killing 1% of your population, that is an issue that you need to address. But he's not going to say it. I have a virus that's killing 1% of my population. He's not going to say that. What he is going to try to promote is that I have this illness under control. Okay? So again, a lot needs to be done. Okay? Behind that as well. And again, a lot needs to be done. So I'm going to go ahead, again, like I said before, basic NyQuil, DayQuil will not help remedy. These basic over-the-counter OTC drugs will not help remedy the symptoms of COVID-19. Now, this NyQuil may help you go to sleep for 20 minutes. It may help you drift off to sleep. This is unopened. This is brand new, unopened. It may help you go to sleep. But yes, believe you me, if you have tested positive for COVID-19, you will wake up and you will be in pain. Because it is pneumonia. It comes out, it will come into distress pneumonia. Yeah, it is very interesting. Because NyQuil, DayQuil won't treat COVID-19. And neither will Benadryl either. You actually have to go to your emergency room in your hospital or go to your local clinic or somebody down the street that is testing for COVID-19. They test you positive immediately as soon as possible. You get a positive test result from COVID-19. Either the Department of Health will call you up or that testing site will tell you to go to the side. Wait for us. We need to talk to you. But can you call somebody to get some your belongings for you? And they will take you immediately to the hospital and transport you to an isolated unit for you to get treatment and care. because it is that dire of a situation. So these over-the-counter drugs will not work. It will help relieve the symptoms, but again, NyQuil and Benadryl will not help relieve the symptoms of COVID-19. You actually have to go and get emergency care. Sometimes the easiest solution is just for somebody, a medical professional, just to observe you. They just want to check you out. What is going on? We need to check you out. What is going on? We just need to check you out. Well, yeah, Jarity, it is flu. COVID-19, what it is COVID-19 is a combination of other viral infections that have come for the past, and it actually has turned into a super bug flu. So right now, the researchers in Wuhan, China, were trying to figure out a way to to control this superbug from the rest of the whole world's population. Now, can you imagine a country like China with over 3 billion people trying to contain an infectious disease in their labs? Do you think a global wide world disease was just in one lab in Wuhan, China? No, honey. No, no, this COVID-19 was in a combination of different labs all over China. And so what happened was a country as big as China, this was in several different small labs that the government, hi Wilson, how you doing? That the government wanted to keep, thank you, that the government wanted to keep under hush. You can't just put a global infection in one lab. It doesn't work like that. That the government wanted to keep under hush. And do you think that only China knew about it? No. I'm sure they had other countries and other governments involved on it too, because they didn't want it to be an a scram, the people all over the world just scream about it, to be hysteria all over the world. Do you know what I'm saying? They didn't want it to be hysteria, so they had it in different labs. You want me to message you, Wilson? What city are you in? What city are you in? So they wanted to contain this virus. And so what happened is that one of the labs, there you go. It's really, yeah, they now you understand. It's simple to, so what happened is one of these labs, or somebody from another government or some kind of political group actually got into one of these labs, Alabama, a political group, or whoever, or whatever happened, the virus got broken into. The lab was actually broken into, and the virus, either they stole one of the tubes outside. Whatever happened, but the virus actually exposed to the air quality. Or what happened was somebody, some stupid person, figured out a way to take one of the lab's tubes. It's very easy to do it, and went out to a very large segment of the population in China, and pretty much just open up the tube. I broke it in the public space. It's easy to do. It's simple. It's simple, and people don't know about it till it happened. And people won't know about it because all of a sudden, in different countries, okay, people start dying of a viral disease. Are you from Alabama? Okay, okay, you get me? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is my opinion. But also from the Mayo Clinic, because I'm here in Boston, there's professional people all over the world, and well as in The Mayo Clinic and Harvard Medical School review. Yeah, good night, Charity. Congratulations on the new baby boy. Congratulations on the baby boy. He's beautiful and chunky and chubby. He's beautiful, Charity. All right, so again, these published authors know what they're talking about. And again, understand before you go to sleep, Charity, understand that the flu virus is going to happen every single year. And not only that, but the flu strain is a normal evolution of science. It's not darn science, it's actually the normal evolution of life. It's going to get stronger, the flu strain. It's going to get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger every single year. Because normal evolution of science. Infections, viruses, diseases, cancer gets stronger and stronger every single year. So if cancer gets stronger, if the cancer cells get stronger and it starts killing more people every single year, guess what? We have to develop research to help figure out why is cancer killing so many people. You get what I'm saying? So if cancer is getting worse every single year, there has to be more research developed towards cancer. Or if people are getting autism, more people are getting diagnosed with autism every single year. That means there's a gene in the American Child Society that kids are getting diagnosed with autism. So if autism is getting stronger and stronger in the regular America's population, that means that there has to be more research and more development towards autism. You get what I'm saying? So if the flu strain is getting stronger and stronger every year, that means all these 6 months, all these vaccines every 6 months are not going to be able to compete against this viral strain that is getting stronger and stronger and stronger every year. So there has to be more research and more development as well, development towards vaccines that will help it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. My Facebook just because I talked about autism. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because I just now talked about autism. Yeah, no, it's not the same. Yeah. Every time I talk about autism on Facebook, it cuts me off. Every time I talk about autism, every time I talk about autism, it cuts me off. Every single time I talk about autism, every single time I talk about autism, it cuts me right off. Oh, yes, it does. It cuts me straight off because autism is real. If more kids are being diagnosed with autism, especially in the Black community, and the rate of autism is increasing faster and faster every single year, you best believe there has to be more research and more development towards curing autism or stopping it from progressing as much as it is. What do you mean autism is increasing? Yes, more kids are not able to verbally express themselves. Why are we having more nonverbal kids on the streets? You look at a child, and that child is not even able to have a single word to come out of their mouths. What is going on with this? That child can play video games, but you tell me a child can play video games, but they're not able to have a single word, a single word from their language? Yeah, because I'm talking about autism, Wilson. You're telling me there's more rates of autism in the Black community, and now we have more nonverbal kids on the street? What does that mean? That means something going wrong in the schools. It's not the parents, it's not science, it is schools, American schools. They are abusing our kids and literally making them deaf and dumb. But yeah, these kids can play video games. Yeah, they can play video games, but these kids are deaf and dumb, and they're not able to verbally express themselves. So you say a kid has a behavior problem, but they're not able to say how they feel. Yeah, guess what you call a kid with a behavior problem that can't speak? Autism. But back in the 90s, what would you do if you had a kid that had a behavior problem and that didn't know how to speak? Would you punish them? No. Would you put them in education class, special education class? No, you would not. You would not put that child in a special education class. You would take that child out of school, take them immediately to a doctor, and get them therapy until they were actually able to verbally communicate. What is wrong with my child? How come my child cannot speak? Has my child been abused? It wasn't me that abused my child. Who abused my child? Why can my child not able to express? Why is my child yawning? Why is my child acting like a dog? Speaking like a dog? Really? My child is autistic? And when they were 2 years old, they were fully functional. And now that my child is 7 years old, they're not able to say a single word. And now that their teachers are telling them they have behavior problems, but when they come up to me, they're perfectly fine. And we don't have any problems with the law. But all of a sudden, when they go to school, now they've been arrested at school and they're only 9 years old. How has my child been arrested by city police and they're only 9 years old? That is an issue, especially in the Black community. Why is the rates of autism growing and growing? It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Ridiculous. I can't like, I gotta sleep on it. It is really sad what is being promoted. The health system. These bangs are driving me crazy. I have no idea why he had this hair like this. I have no idea why he did this. Look at this. This is retarded. Okay. I'm not trying to say these kids are retarded. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is there is a problem in American society that we are promoting kids to continue to live like this for the rest of their lives and saying it is okay to be deaf, blind, and dumb. It is okay for your child to not be able to speak. It's normal. It's normal for your child to have behavior problems. Is normal for my child to not able to be able to express themselves verbally? No, I don't think so. Are the rates of autism different in different countries in like London, Paris, Germany, Kenya, Nigeria, Poland, China? No, no. But in the American society, it is acceptable for us to have our kids deaf, blind, and dumb. But just put them in a couple of computer games. They will be okay. No, I'm not going to sit my 6-year old in front of a computer game screen all day. No, I'm not going to do that. On top of that, not only are they not able to verbally express themselves, but these kids cannot even read or write. So we're having deaf, blind, and dumb kids, and they can't even write a sentence. But they are big kids. They're big. Yeah, they're big. They've reached puberty. Yeah, these kids have reached puberty. But you know what? They can't get a job because they can't write their names on their job applications. Are you seriously going to let the American public promote this among the Black community? Yeah, you know what? Some people may hate me just because of that. Well, what do you call an adult with autism? What do you mean when you say you have an adult with autism? What does that mean? What does that mean when you have an adult with autism? What does that mean? That means that an adult is not able to fully function independently in society and that they have had behavior problems, criminal problems, as well as drug and alcohol addiction problems. And on top of that, they cannot verbally speak. Usually, most of the time, if an adult has autism, they are not alone. They are not alone. And on top of that, they are not living independently. And on top of that, they cannot make a purchase decision. They cannot purchase things. On top of that as well, they cannot I'm seriously, it is really that sad. They literally need help on every single decision that they make. They don't have a bank account. I mean, seriously, you think if an adult with autism, if an adult has autism, that usually means that they are not living independently on their own. And most of the time, an adult that has autism usually is in a treatment program for it with other outlining conditions and problems. Usually, that adult with autism has other problems, either criminally related or drug and alcohol addiction related, that has the evidence to back it up that they have been a problem to their community and a problem to their family and environment. So, usually, their family deems that person that has autism out of control. Their family deems them out of control. A person that has autism has an auditory problem. It's not depression, it's not schizophrenia. They usually have a behavior problem, an auditory that are able to process things in the real world. It's not that they always put things to their mouths. It's not about this. It's usually that they can't really understand, comprehend visually what is going on, and are not able to comprehend it visually and are not able to express it verbally either. Most of the times it I still have to do more research behind autism. Hi Lauren, how are you doing? Hi Lauren. I still have to do more research behind autism because it is a very sensitive issue to a lot of families as well as Black communities. Autism is extremely sensitive issue because it's sensitive because you need to take a lot of time and energy dealing with your family members. You're taking your precious time, you're taking your precious energy towards your family members that need the help. So yes, autism is a very. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get some sleep. I swear to God. I don't know how Dr. Joyce Watkins, Roland Martin, and is Rodney Howard Brown still on live right now? Let me check this. I don't know how they do this. Roland Martin is still live. How long has Roland Martin been on? Been? How many hours is Roland Martin on a Sunday? You are driving me crazy. Roland Martin, you are driving me crazy. Seriously. I don't have any friends. Yeah, I do have friends. I have Roland Martin and Dr. Rodney Howard Brown. Is Roland Martin? No, okay. I was like, is he live right now? But yeah, it is a very, very, very sensitive issue to a lot, especially the Black community. It is a very, very, very sensitive issue. It's not really people's facial expressions per se, but it's more their inability to express themselves. So you can't really judge a person by autism by their facial expressions. You really can't do that. You can't, it's not about their facial expressions at all. It's just more per se about their need, about them not able to visually express what they need. They speak it's like an unaudible, like they speak like that. It's kind of like it's not, I don't want to say retarded because it's very sensitive to people. It is a very, very, very sensitive subject to people. Okay, so you guys have to understand this. You really have to understand what is going on. I need more media people like Rodney Howard Brown and Dr. Joyce Watkins and Roland Martin. I need a lot of media people like them. So yes, it is a very big, it's a very, very, very sensitive issue to a lot of Black people. Very sensitive, very, very, very sensitive issue. So, guys, this is LaQueen. I'm going to go ahead and keep it short and simple. Again, thank you, YouTube. I had about 3 people tonight on my YouTube. Thank you, Facebook. Again, there are plenty of medications out there used to treat COVID-19. There's hydroxychloroquine, but hydroxychloroquine is used in high quantity. Okay, it's used in a high dosage, so you have to be extremely careful because usually when something is cheap, That's another issue with autism. They're not able to logically express themselves. So math is also the issue with autism people, as well as people that have schizophrenia. They have issues with math. Okay, so there's a math tutor here. Okay, so pretty much you have to be very careful with hydroxychloroquine because just one tablet of hydroxychloroquine is administered at a 200 milligram dosage, just one dosage. So usually when a doctor prescribes, let me figure out what is the prescription for hydroxychloroquine. What is the recommendation for the dosage? Recommended dosage. Look at this. This is crazy. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Plaquenil is Plaquenil. I need to put together a PowerPoint presentation about this, literally. Okay, so right here, Plaquenil. Okay, so it says right here in a warning, this is on rxlist.com. It says physicians should completely familiarize themselves with the complete contents of this leaflet before prescribing hydroxychloroquine because it is used to treat a major illness like Ebola, like malaria. Okay, which will leave people vomiting with blood. Your body has a parasite, and the only way to get rid of the parasite is for the parasite to travel through your system. You're either going to pass it through or you're going to have to vomit it out. But one way, up or down, it's going to have to come out because it's a parasite, or it's going to have to come out surgically. Okay, so hydroxychloroquine sulfate is a colorless crystallized solution, blah, 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 soluble in water. Okay, now Plaquenil hydroxychloroquine contains about 200 milligrams, equivalent to the 155 milligram base. It's used for an oral administration. Okay, okay. It is not recommended for the treatment of complicated malaria. So it's only used for the basic symptoms of malaria. It's not effective against chloroquine or chloroquine resistant strains. And it is not recommended for the treatment of malaria acquired in geographic areas where chloroquine resistance occurs or when the Plasmodium species have not been identified. It does not prevent relapses either. It's also used to treat chronic lupus and as well as rheumatoid arthritis, which are major inflammatory diseases. Okay. Now, it's okay. Oh, I just saw this here. There we go. Now, here's the recommended dosage, okay? The recommended dosage for adults for hydroxychloroquine is 400 milligrams, a 310 milligram base, a 400 milligram dosage once a week on the same day of each week, starting 2 weeks prior to exposure and continue for 4 weeks after leaving the endemic area. So you would not administer hydroxychloroquine in a 30-day, 90-day bottle, 30-day, 90 supply bottle quantity. You would not administer it in 90 tablets. It would not be administered, and you would not have 90 tablets of hydroxychloroquine. It's used for once a week. Now, adults of uncomplicated malaria, that means it's now this is for prophylaxis, okay, before exposure. Treatment of uncomplicated malaria, which is basic malaria, I think, is uncomplicated malaria. So it's still treatment of malaria. At a bigger dosage, so it's double the dosage, 800 milligrams, followed by half of the dosage, 400 milligrams the next 6 hours, and 24 hours to 40 hours after that 800 milligram dosage, which you're giving that patient a total of a 2,000 milligram hydroxychloroquine sulfate dosage. The film coated Plaquenil film coated tablets cannot be divided. Therefore, they should not be used to treat patients who weigh less than 31 kilograms. Okay. Now, with lupus, they recommend 200 to 400 milligrams daily just for lupus. Okay. Lupus is different. It's administered as a single dose or in two divided dosage. Okay. There's also side effects and problems with your eyes. Retinopathy has been reported. Okay, with arthritis though, they recommend it require weeks to months to achieve the dosage of what you need for hydroxychloroquine. So for major arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, they recommend the dosage for hydroxychloroquine to be about a 400 milligram dosage to a 600 milligram dosage of hydroxychloroquine a day. So for major arthritis, you are using a 400 milligram, 600 milligram tablet for a for rheumatoid arthritis. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, guys. Oh my God. Woo, I don't know how they do this. Nobody's I'm okay. Good. Just for rheumatoid arthritis, administered as a single daily dose or in two divided doses. In a small percentage of patients with rheumatoid arthritis, side effects may require temporary reduction of the initial dosage because it's a high dosage, a 600 milligram tablet. Any kind of medication over 300 milligrams is very high, and you are going to have major side effects you're taking an oral tablet over 300 milligrams, you best believe you're going to have side effects regardless of the medication. And just aspirin by itself, a regular aspirin you're taking. Look at this. Somebody beat up my shoe. Just a regular aspirin tablet, you are taking a 325 milligram tablet of aspirin. And it says do not take more than, what does it say? What is it, 6 in a day? You don't want to overdose on aspirin either. I think it's more than 6 or more than 4 tablets of aspirin a day. I think that's what it's like. The maximum amount of dosage right here. Of just a basic aspirin. Okay. So just basic aspirin. You have to be very careful about that too. Okay. Now this is right here. Maintenance on hydroxychloroquine. When a good response is indicated, okay, daily, administer it as a single daily doses or in two divided dosage. In a small percentage of patients, side effects may require a temporary reduction of the initial dosage. Okay. When they have a good response towards a major medication like this, the doses may be reduced in half and continue at a maintenance level of between 200 and 400 milligram tablets daily, are divided into two different dosages. Do not exceed more than a 600 milligram doses per day, which is lower as the incidence of retinopathy has been reported to be higher when this maintenance dose is exceeded. Corticosteroids and Salicitates may be used in conjunction with Plaquenil, and they can be generally be decreased gradually in dosage or eliminated after the maintenance dosage of Plaquenil has been achieved. Now, they do have bottles of 100 tablets of Plaquenil too, but that's crazy. That is crazy. Don't question it. That is crazy. So you have to be a little bit more careful about that issue too as well. Okay. So guys, I'm gonna go ahead and cut it short. As you know, I'm very, very careful about this issue because something's administered at a high dose. You had Arturo? Oh, you took away the message? Oh, you retracted the message. Hi, Arturo. Okay. So pretty much something administered at such a high dosage, you have to be extremely, extremely careful about the situation. You have to be extremely careful about it. Okay. And another thing about people with autism, they don't like changes to their environments. They don't like change. People with autism have a problem adjusting to change. They don't like to be different. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, that doesn't make sense. Okay. So again, this is LaQueen. Understand I have to be very, very sensitive about this issue. I have no eyelashes on, literally. It's a very simple, it's a very sensitive topic for me. Okay. As well as it should be a topic, situation topic to you guys. Okay. Now, I'm going to be in Washington, D.C. at the end of the month, as well as I'll be in Milwaukee, Wisconsin next week on the 17th, and I will be in Charlotte, North Carolina on the 24th. It is 2 o'clock in the morning here in Boston, Massachusetts. I still have a lot more work to do. But why is it so sensitive for me? Because I have a friend here on Facebook. Why is this a sensitive issue for me? Because I just find it disrespectful that we have a global. It's a sensitive. You know why it's sensitive? You know why it's sensitive for me, Arturo? Because the libraries are not open, the schools are not open, and the churches are not open. And on top of that, people, they're not, and as well as artists and people are losing business and money. If the celebrities are losing money, if the church is losing money, if the schools and educators are losing money, what does that mean? That means there's a problem in the government. And I have, my job is to be a representative and to best protect and serve my community and my government. That's why I created this nonprofit organization. I want to make sure that the needs in my society, that people in every single community that I come into contact with, that they receive the health and medical services that they need. Now, right now, my pursuit of an education is limited. I am limited in my resources. That's why it's a very sensitive issue for me. The only place where I can go and get a book resources is at a bookstore instead of at a free library. The only place I can get access to the internet is here in my office where I have to pay for access to internet instead of at a free library or instead of using free Wi-Fi at a school. Do you know what I'm saying? So there are other resources that are being limited not only to me, but also to the other to the American public. We're losing resources that we don't even know about. So if I'm going through the same situation where if I'm not able to get access to free resources out there, and if I journeyed all the way from New York to come here to Boston to get access to resources, Okay. Hi, JR. I came here to Boston because I wanted to get access to educational resources and continue doing my research on COVID. That's why I came here to Boston, Massachusetts again for the second time, second, third time. This is not my first roundabout in Boston. But if I came here to Boston, I came here for a reason. I didn't come here to get a man. I did not come here to get married to somebody low. I did not come to Boston to stay in a shelter. I came to Boston to get an education, to get high quality access to resources. Thank you, JR. So if I'm limited in my access to resources, that means that other people are going through the same thing that I'm going through, and they're also being limited in their resources as well. There's no access to the public libraries. Now they're talking about public libraries not only here in Boston, but in New York City, the New York City Public Library, the Chicago Public Library, as well as other public libraries around the United States are not going to be open up until next year, January 2020, February 2020, as well as public libraries. And you know what else is not going to be open? Artists' stadiums, concerts. Thank you, JR. Concert venues. I'm not going to be able to go out and see a live concert or go to a play on Broadway. And talk about Broadway, not Broadway. I'm not going to be able to see a play at a theater until May of 2021. I can't go. I don't like movies. I like to go see live plays, live music. I can't. You mean I can't enjoy live music? Really? Yeah. And that's a sign that something's being not only being lost. It's not being lost from us. It's not being isolated from us. It's being stolen from us. We're losing our resources. Somebody is stealing our resources from us, literally. And they're not letting the American public know. They're just not letting us that the libraries are not available right now. The music venues are not available right now. Artists can't sing right now. People can't play music right now. And what is that also a symbol of? Nazism. That's the first thing that Hitler did when he went against the Jews. He took away their culture, their music, their books, and their scientific people. That is one of the first things Hitler did when he went against the Jews, as well as to the other people in Germany. That's the first thing that Hitler did to the whole country of Germany and all the people that he conquered. He did it little by little by little. At first, he said everybody's going to be on a curfew. Then he says people are not going to be able to get access to. Uh, First, he started closing down jewelry stores. Then he started closing down music halls. Little by little by little, Hitler, as well as other horrible dictators throughout history, Idi Amin, he started putting his people on curfews, and then he started saying, "I don't like these people. They should go over to this part of the country. I want all these people to go over this part of the country that I'm in Uganda. So all you people from this culture, from this religion, from this sect, I want all of you to be forcefully moved from your homes." So he did a forced migration of over 1 million of his people to a different part of the country in Uganda. Idi Amin, he forcefully immigrated 1 million of Ugandan people from one part of the country and forced them to walk to a completely different part of the other country, Uganda. And not only that, did he did a march on them, told them to move to a different part of the country and took over their homeland and took over their resources, but he took them to another part of the country and shot them all and shot them all, including the babies. Idi Amin. He didn't gas them, he shot them with machine guns. Babies. He didn't take their jewelry. He didn't steal their jewelry. He didn't tell them to take off their shoes. He didn't take them to take off their coats. He told shoot them. And there's still mass graves in Uganda today because of Idi Amin. And you know what? Idi Amin got protection. from the United States, United Nations. They gave him protection and leniency for killing over 1 million Ugandans. And Idi Amin just died about 5, 10 years ago. Idi Amin was a black man. But do you think a black man could get away with that in the 1950s and the 1960s? Yeah, I know. I do understand it's trying to make money more digital, but that's not the issue. Just because everything's digital, it doesn't take away from the face-to-face interaction. Don't believe that. Don't get it extra. Just because everything is electronic, that's not the way. That's not how it works. Because best believe if everything is going to be electronic, that means they're going to have to start paying people to get access to that that internet usage. Oh yes, they will. They will start raising the prices of internet access. You best believe it. And everything won't be for free anymore. The internet won't be for free anymore. I'm talking about people actually having to pay for Wi-Fi. And public access won't be public anymore. It will be privately owned companies. Privately owned companies will actually have to take over public institutions like PBS. PBS won't be public anymore. It will actually be a private community institution. Public libraries won't be public anymore. They'll be privately run. Do you guys see where I'm going here? It's completely construed. And you take away, I was talking about, you take away the true message of the word of God. You take it on a piece by piecemeal translation when it should be used on a literal every today 2020 translation of the word of God. Yes, there are some privately run prisons as well as there are county government ran prisons too as well. There are county jails everywhere in every city. Every city has a county jail, but they also have privately run jails too as well. Well, I mean, it's not the process of arresting more people. It's just finding an excuse to fill the jail cells. But again, it's not about arresting more people. That's not what it's about. Because don't get it misconstrued, because there are actually, it's called prison reform, but right now the justice system and prison reform is completely different, because they're releasing people on the streets in droves due to COVID-19. Okay, so they're releasing more people on the streets because of COVID-19. They are releasing well-known criminals being convicted of true serious crimes like sexual. They're releasing sexual convicted felons on the streets, releasing them early just because the prison population has been exposed to COVID-19. Now you are releasing a sexual predator on the street and giving them an early release. It doesn't work like that. You're not trying to fill, you're trying to empty out the jail cells, not fill them in. Don't get it. It's twisted. Both prison reform and the government form for jail reform is both twisted as well. Don't get it. Don't get it. Don't get caught up in that. Don't get it twisted, Arturo. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted either. Don't get it twisted. Well, the only person you can trust is your own actions. That's all you can do, is you can only trust your own actions. Okay? You can't trust your mind. You can't trust your mouth. You actually have to trust your own actions of what you do about life. People won't trust you until they see what you do. And then if you keep repeatedly doing the same thing over again, then people can trust you based on your past previous experience, based on your past previous behavior. And if your past previous behavior dictates that you were a criminal in the past, they look towards your future. And if your actions do not reflect your change, then there's no trust involved. If you haven't completely rehabilitated from your past criminal history and they put you right back on the streets, and 2 weeks later you do the same crime, you're involved in the same criminal activity, please go right back to jail. We will call your parole officer up real quick. Please call the parole officer of this person. Look up their parole officer right quick and let them know that they are out of their zone. And let the parole officer know that this person is harassing somebody. And you know what that parole officer will do? Pick them up real quick, no matter where they are in the world, because this is a convicted felon and they are not fully rehabilitated back into society. And it doesn't matter if they have paid off their probation or not, if their probation is complete or not and signed by a judge. It doesn't matter, because even if their probation is paid off or has been completely fully taken care of by an authorized judge, that person can have all their probation taken care of, paid off in full, fully completed and finished. This 6 weeks later, they're involved in a drug bust. So what does that mean? Especially in states like Texas and California, what does that mean, Arturo? If somebody has just finished their probation, but they go right back into a little bit later and they're exposed in a drug bust, what does that mean? Especially in the state of California, Arturo, what does that mean? 3 strikes and that's it. Especially in the state of California, they got that 3 strikes law. Okay? So please be careful. No matter who they are, you have to do some research on that person. And you know, California is a liberal state. So why would a liberal state have a 3 strikes law? You get what I'm saying? Because they are very insistent on corporal punishment. Because they have, yes, 3 strikes law. Come on, Arturo, don't be dumb. I don't care how old you are, don't be dumb. Yeah, more. Are you talking about more jail time? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah, I'm dumb too. I'm dumb too. We need to learn a lot. We need to learn a lot. Whether we're alive or dead, we still, I mean, I'm talking to hey Al, how you doing, Al? Good evening. There's a lot to learn. You can only learn what you are going through, what you are experiencing. You can only learn by what you recover from. Okay? You can only learn by what you are exposed to, what you see every single day, and what you hear on the streets, what you hear in your community, at your church, at your synagogue, at your mosque, in your community. Okay? Ooh, sorry guys. You can only learn, excuse me. You can only learn of what you are exposed to, on how society treats you, and what you are exposed to every day on the streets, every day in your community, whatever part of the world, as well as in your family knit. Now, some people's culture is different from other people's cultures. Like I was talking about in Mongolia. Mongolia has a very small family unit. But if somebody is born into that family unit in Mongolia, they are usually in that family unit and in that region for life until an out external influence comes in and either adds value to that family unit, becomes a member of that family unit, or takes away and takes away a valuable resource from that family unit. Okay? Or comes in to marry somebody, and then that son or daughter goes away and starts another family unit, maybe 20 minutes down the mile. Okay? So you only are learn what you are exposed to due to your environment, as well as autism. Do autistic kids learn? Yes, autistic kids learn. They have to learn. They learn how their environment teaches them. How their environment teaches them is how they learn. as well as their family community, their family unit, whether they're adopted or not. Autism kids learn. Yes, they are able to learn. If a blind kid can learn, if a deaf kid can learn, an autistic kid can learn too. Even though they're not able to verbally express themselves, they are still able to learn and to visually, as well as it, communicate to other people where what they are trying to uh, change from. And learning is change. Learning is growth. And if somebody does not want you to learn, that means they are stunting your growth. So yeah, especially what you have to learn during these global closures, government closures, you have to learn, well, I have time to myself. I have time to myself. What I want to do with my life. I can build a business. I can build a house. I can read more. I can talk to my family more. I can go out in my community, talk to my next door's neighbors. I can reflect in my life. Or I can actually do something about this change. If a business is closed down, I can build my own business. If a library is closed down, I can build my own library. Do you guys see where I'm going? Do you guys see where I'm going? It's a lot to learn. So if doors are closing on you, you have to figure out a way to reopen those doors for yourself. Literally, if people start closing doors on you and you have nowhere to go, nowhere to run, you have to figure out, how do I change the situation? Either I let people continue to affect me, or I do something, bring something out of this. If people are continuing to affect me, if people are taking away from me, I keep building. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, thank you for that. Exactly. Exactly. You have to keep creating things for your own community. If you don't have the medications available to you, do your own research. If the internet is not your own research, go to the bookstore. Or go down to your neighborhood, borrow some books from your neighbors, borrow some books from your families. Figure out a way, get an old resource like these. You'll get these at the libraries. You get these at the 99-cent bookstore all the time. They come in like things like this all the time. You get these at Goodwill. And all they are medical references. 99 cents, $5 at Goodwill. Buy these at a store, a thrift store, read up on them. And if you cannot create the medicine, if you cannot find the medicine that you want, you create your own medicine until you get what you want. And then you go to a doctor and let the doctor advise you, okay, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you out there, son. But what did you do about the situation? Doctor, well, I just use a little herb. I just use a little, well, I smoked some marijuana. Okay, that was good. Well, there's other issues. Well, I just took some natural mint leaves, doctor, as well as a little bit of tea tree oil, and I use that to create a medication. And that helped relieve a little bit of the inflammation in my body. Or I took a little bit of petroleum jelly, I put it on the burn, and I feel better, doctor. I just want you to look at it. See, there's things you could do about the situation until it changes. If people don't want you to change, take small steps in order for your life to change about the situation. If you can't move, make things move in your life. You get what I'm saying? Make other things change in your life. People that hate change don't want you to move, they don't want you to change. They want to continue to taking things from you, so you cannot grow, so you cannot progress. So we will continue taking things from your life. So we can stop you, we can stop your growth. We can stop you from progressing, we can stop you from changing. Because people are afraid of change, especially in your own community, especially in your own race, especially in the previous administration, Obama. We want change we can't believe in. You damn right. Okay. And the current administration's goal is make America better again. No, America was already great. What is this now? The schools are not open. The library is not open. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means they are stealing from us out of our own blind eyes. They're stealing from us, and they are selling things from us off the shitload. selling them to different countries off the shitload and making millions and millions of dollars off our own home family heirlooms. People are stealing resources from us and we don't even know about it. Stealing your grandmother's necklace, stealing your shoes, stealing your jewelry off your neck in the middle of the street, and you don't even know about it. There are so many pickpockets off the street, it is ridiculous. There are so many people being raped right in public on the street. It is ridiculous. Oh my God, did that guy just pull out his pants and rape that girl right there on the street? Yes, he did. And she was shocked and couldn't do anything about it. Yes, because they are releasing criminals that have not been rehabilitated back straight back on the streets, and they are calling it jail reform due to a COVID-19 crisis. They are giving early release to prisoners that have not been fully rehabilitated. Oh, this person just went in jail 30 minutes ago and they're a sexual molester. But due to COVID-19, we have to put them back on the streets. This person has just abused a 6-year-old child. Now they don't have to register as a sex offender due to COVID-19. They do not have to register as a sex offender due to the COVID-19 crisis. They get released early from jail and they do not have to register in the sex offender database. Get the fuck out of here. Just due to a government mandate. And they go right back on the streets and do the same thing. We are fearing for our lives. Yeah. Just Google early prison release. Do prisoners with COVID-19. Find out how many prisoners they're releasing on the streets. In New York, in Boston, in LA, in Dallas, in Georgia. You would be surprised. Yeah, it's really sad. And a lot of these criminals have not even served their time 50%. It is sad. And most of them have mental health disorders. I'm gonna go to short Facebook and I'll do it. Thank you. Yeah, it's the truth. But guys, this basically to keep me in thoughts and prayers. It is a lot of issues, a lot of problems that we need to work on. There's an agenda going on right now that's completely misconstrued, completely wrong. A lot of things need to be fixed. You're right. A lot of things need to be fixed. But change won't happen overnight. Change takes time. Change doesn't happen overnight. And the word of God wasn't built overnight either. It took years and years and thousands of years of people actually come together and build the word of God. All right, so this is LaQueen from Battle First Aid Responder Services. I have no make on and I have no eyelashes. So I'm a hot mess right now. But guys, please continue to keep me in your thoughts and prayers. I need a lot of help. All right, I love you guys. Peace from Boston, Massachusetts. Please be safe. Get tested for COVID-19, coronavirus, and be sure to take care of and talk to those who you love. All right. This is LaQueen Battle from Battle First Aid Responder Services here from downtown live in downtown Boston. I love you guys. Please be safe and take care of you and your loved ones. Bye.